Good evening, everyone. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bienvenue à la rencontre virtuelle du 9 août 2021. Welcome to the August 9th virtual meeting. We'll get the meeting started. I'll ask all members of council to announce themselves, please.
Michael Ternosky, present.
André Brisson, présent.
Jamie Lauren here.
Cindy Saucier here.
Thank you very much. And to confirm, our clerk is with us this evening.
Oui, Monsieur le maire, je suis ici.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Item 2 et 3, la prière puis l'hymne national, on ne le fait pas quand c'est le côté virtuel. Item 4, item 4, additions, deletions, or amendments. We have a few additions and a slight change. So first change is we will add a question period right after item D, which is the Heritage District, allowing for residents to ask questions specifically on that item. And we'll also remove that from the consent items. The second item is the addition under 18B for Conseiller Lorrain in regards to August meetings. And item 18C under for Councillor Saucier in regards to Terry Fox update. Did we have any other additions from members of council? Hearing, seeing none. We will move on with item 5, adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve the agenda as amended. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ternosky, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Call for the vote.
Mike Ternosky in favor. Approved. Yeah. Sorry.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Thank you very much. Item is carried. Prochain item, numéro 6, déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire. I see none, hear none. On va aller à prochain item. Item 7, l'adoption des procès-verbaux. Procès verbal de la séance extraordinaire du Conseil le 21 juin 2021. Puis le procès verbal de la séance ordinaire du Conseil 21 juin 2021. Motion d'approuver les procès-verbaux tels que présentés. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Ternosky. Called for the vote.
Mike Ternosky, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Perfect. The minutes are carried. Item 8, presentations. We have none. Delegations. We have none. Item 10, consent items. Motion that all items listed under consent items be received as presented. Item A, minutes of the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Advisory Committee of May 10th, 2021. Item B, minutes of the Township of Russell Public Library Board, April 15, 2021, revised, and May 20th, 2021. Item C, minutes of the Accessibility Advisory Committee of May 19, 2021, and June 3rd, 2021. Item D, minutes of the Russell Historical Society of May 10th, 2021. Item E, minutes of the United Counties of Prescott Russell, May 26, 2021. And item F, pay list of June 2021. Any requests to separate any of these items? If not, I'll call for the vote.
Mike Ternosky, yes.
André, oui.
Mr. Mayor, did we have a mover seconder first?
Oh, my apologies, Madame la Graffière. A mover and a seconder, please. Conseiller Lorrain, Conseiller Ternosky.
Mike Ternosky, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucier, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. It is carried. On va aller à la prochaine item. Il y a 11 rapports des départements et comités du Conseil. La première, c'est demande, item 1, demande de retrait de l'application du contrôle des parties des lots, voire règlement sous l'article numéro 16, 1, 716, 718 rue Azur à Russell. Et item 2, 721, 723 rue Azur à Russell. Questions, comments? Pretty standard part lock controls. Seeing, hearing none, we'll move on to item B. Zoning bylaw amendment report PD 2020-21. Property is owned by EMB Development Inc. and located on Fillon Street and Chateauguay Street in Embrun and known as Domaine Versat Phase 5. That council receives report PD 2020-21 dated August 9, 2021 and approves the zoning amendment application submitted by EMB Developments Inc. care of Ronald Thériault to remove the holding symbol of H of Phase 5 of Domaine Versailles as follows. 1. From Residential 1A withholding R1AH to Residential 1A R1A. Questions, comments, members of council? Hearing, seeing none, we will move on to the next item. Item C, item C, autorisation pour exécuter une entente de lotissement, rapport PD 45-2021, Blair Land Development Limited, phase 2 dans le village de Marionville. Que le conseil reçoive le rapport PD 45-2021 daté du 9 août 2021 et que le conseil approuve le règlement autorisant le maire et la greffière à exécuter et à poser le sceau à une entente de lotissement entre Blair Land Developments Limited pour le lotissement Marionville phase 2, projet de plan de lotissement et de la coopération du canton de Russell pour une partie du lot A, concession 1, soit les parties 1 et 2 sur le plan 50R 10440, sauf le plan 50M 327 dans le village de Marionville, canton de Russell, NIP 69004-0267. Questions, comments, members of council? Anything to add from the administration?
Juste une petite question.
Oui, conseiller Bresson, allez-y.
Oui, c'est juste savoir ce projet-là, il va avoir les services d'eau, mais pas d'égout, c'est ça?
Madame Tremblay?
Good evening, bonsoir, membre du conseil. Oui, c'est bien ça, des services d'eau seulement et non d'égout. Donc, ça va être des champs septiques privés.
OK. Merci.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. D'autres questions? Nothing to add. We'll move on to the next item. Item D, Proposed Heritage Conservation District Plan and Guidelines for part of the Village of Russell, Report PD 41, 2021. The Council receives Report PD 41, 2021, dated August 9, 2021, and approves the proposed action plan as detailed in the report for the Heritage Conservation District Plan and Guidelines. Before I give the floor to Madame Tremblay, I'd just like to make a comment. In regards to the Say No to Heritage District campaign that's been going on in the village, all publicity is good publicity. The signs raised awareness, and for my part, actually allowed me to interact with many residents this weekend, and it allowed me to counteract a lot of the misinformation that was being given out there. So to the people that organized that, thank you very much. It was an opportunity to connect with residents and set the record straight on many, many things. So it was very much appreciated. Councillor Tarnowski?
So you mentioned a point of misinformation. I just want to clarify because there was some feedback that I received that the document had misinformation on it, and some people were upset about that. Could I just question or pose the question in terms of trying to find out what that misinformation was? And I'm not saying that there was or wasn't any. I just want to clarify that.
Sure, Madame Tremblay. For my part, the conversations I had with the residents was a lot of hearsay that they were told when they were giving these flyers. You know, I had one resident who was upset because she was told, you know, if council passed that she would have to change her front door because her front door wasn't a heritage door. You know, there was comments like that I received this weekend. In regards to the document itself, I only received an email sometime later this weekend. So, Madame Tremblay, as-tu un commentaire là-dessus?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So the only comment I'm going to make is that, first of all, I did not receive directly the pamphlet that was circulated. I think that the reason why I didn't receive it is the email for my name, beside my name, in the pamphlet that was circulated was incorrect. So I guess that's why I didn't receive it. So in the report, I did mention that it was misleading information because the information that was provided to me was that somebody got stopped on a project that they were doing because of the heritage district. So for me, this is misleading information, and this is somebody that got approached at their door to vote against the heritage district. So my reference in the report, just to be clear, was not in regards to the pamphlet that was circulated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Saucier, and then Conseiller Brisson.
Okay, I think it was attached to a letter, at least it was to a letter I received, and there was a couple of things on there that concerned me. Was just that even if you were out of the district, you would be restricted on what you could do to your property. That was on there, and there was that some people were getting special exemptions. That was on there as well, and there was 3 or 4 different items that I had, and also that the taxes were going to double. And so I just thought there was a couple of things that were out there that weren't accurate. Even one resident had stated that if we had a power outage, they could not use their generator. So there was just a lot of misinformation that I had concerns about.
Okay, thank you very much. Conseiller Brisson?
C'était juste pour mentionner, since there's a lot of new viewer, if you could explain for the question period how it worked for the people, I think it would be a good idea.
Yeah, most definitely. So the question period is open, and it is a question period. It is not, I have an opinion, I have a statement to make. It is actually asking a question in regards, right after we have this discussion, we'll open a special question period specifically on the Heritage Conservation District. So if you want to start posing your questions, you can do so, and then we'll address your questions. But again, this is a question period. Okay, so with that, thank you very much, Conseiller Brisson. Madame Tremblay, il y a des changements à ton rapport versus la dernière fois. Alors, si tu veux procéder à nous expliquer ça.
Yeah, so do you want me to proceed with just the information that changed, or just a background a bit on what we've looked at since the last council meeting?
I think so. Council is well aware of all the previous reports. Any changes, or anything new in the report that you want to share with us so we can further along the discussion?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So basically, yes, we did go back in all the meetings that we had publicly and the meeting that we discussed, and just to again reassure members of council, we have a list of distribution of emails. So all the reports, but this report and a notice was also circulated by email to the list of distribution that gave us the right to do so. So basically, as council remember, last council meeting that we had that discussion about the Heritage District, it was requested that we look at considering a smaller potential Heritage District. So we did look at it, and we did some of the initial legwork of looking at potentially how it could be reduced. So you have the information in the report, and we had that discussion as well with the consultant. Basically, the consultant gave us the step that would have to be done in order to move forward with the reduced district. Basically, they're saying that we would mostly have to restart the HCD process, mentioning that the values are developed based on the property evaluation and the community consultation about what heritage aspect of the area in question that the community values. So obviously, if we're changing the area, then a new public consultation regarding what aspect of the reduced potential Heritage Conservation District valued would be required. Heritage Conservation District obviously is based on, as you've seen, the assets themselves and on what heritage asset of the community that the community values in the given area. This would be equivalent to go back at the end of the HCD study phase. MTBA, which is a consultant, advised that such a drastic revision of the boundary would require redoing the statement of cultural heritage value, revisiting the objectives, and getting the revised public council meeting and approval. So obviously we would have to change the documents, making sure that it reflects the new boundaries and that the guidelines meets those new boundaries, and as well revise the map. So it's obviously the budget that was given by the consultant could seem elevated, but we did a range. So as you can see, the range is wide as well, but I just wanted to make sure that council understand that there's fees, extra fees that would be applicable if we would decided to go to a revised HCD district.
Okay.
After that consideration, I also considered proposing to council to have a potential pilot project. So obviously, I'm not specialized in the Heritage Conservation Act, so I did consult with somebody that works in that field, and they basically said that if we want to have a pilot project, council will have to approve the bylaw. The bylaw would have to be registered on title of each property inside the district, and therefore we would have to, above that, approve a resolution, a separate resolution that council would in a period of 1 or 2 years, depending on where council would want to go, revisit, and if council at this point would see that the pilot project is not working or that it's more difficult than what we are anticipating, and that there's a lot of negative feedbacks or something that we didn't foresee, for example, then council would have the right to repeal that bylaw, and then the bylaw would be removed from title. So that's also an option that we did consider, and the person that I spoke with said that it would be a perfect option if we're uncertain if that's where we want to go. Based on the first report that council had in the first package of council, we were recommending to move forward with the third reading of the approval of the Heritage District. However, based on the feedbacks and based on, again, consultation with the public, which I feel is really important in this case, and I think we've shown in the last 5 years that we did consider a lot of public consultation and feedback, we're suggesting to council to put together a heritage committee. So in order to remove kind of the administration out of the full power of deciding if minor project would be accepted, we would consider having a heritage committee that consists mainly of residents that would be involved in the process, and then they would approve the minor permit application, and then they would recommend to council the major permit, which is the demolition and the renovation aspect of it based on the schedule of the report. And basically in the report that was provided to you, you have a suggested mandate, but we would come back with the term of reference of that committee in front of council after the public meeting. And basically we are, as part of the report and as a final recommendation for this report, we changed our way of moving forward. Again, and I will repeat, just because we have received so much information that sometimes, to be honest, if I would have been a resident and received that pamphlet, I would have voted no. So we want to make sure that people have the right information and are sharing the right information. And I think the face-to-face meeting was suggested many times. And I think now with the COVID restriction a bit lifted, we would be permitted to proceed with a face-to-face meeting sometime in September. So we're proposing to council to adopt the action plan that is presented in the report. That means holding a final face-to-face public meeting in Russell. Follow up the public meeting in person. We would present a report with the HCD and guidelines, and we would also propose to council to approve a heritage committee and the terms of reference and the people that would consist of the heritage committee. So that's the plan moving forward that we're proposing to council. We're not proposing to do the third reading tonight. I think there's more steps that needs to be done in order to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
Okay, merci beaucoup, Madame Tremblay. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Saucier, and then Conseiller Lorrain, and then Conseiller Tarnowski.
Okay, merci. First of all, again, I want to thank the planning department for all the work they've done on this project. I have attended every meeting, and I know how much work you've put into it. And, you know, there was public face-to-face meetings in the beginning. It's been in both community newspapers. It's been on the website. It's been on the township website. It's been on Facebook. and letters have been sent. So, and I just also wanted to state that there are 134 communities in Ontario that have a heritage district, and ours isn't as strict as any of them. So we're being very flexible here. The one question I had is, if we had a public meeting, would the consultants be present at that to ask maybe more precise, answer more precise questions?
Okay, Madame Tremblay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's at council's decision at this point to decide who would be part of the meeting, but I would strongly suggest that it's a special council meeting and that the consultant be invited at that meeting as well. So I did have a conversation with our consultant this afternoon, and he has no problem of attending the meeting in order to answer specific question about the project.
And the other thing, I'm in support of your recommendations. The other thing, if the Heritage Committee was, or when the Heritage Committee was formed, I would make sure that it's a balanced committee of, you know, maybe both sides of the issue, so that you're getting feedback from, you know, just so we know what the concerns are, and then they can be addressed. You know, I think, you know, like I said, as of this week, I was still getting people that had no clue about this. And I don't think that's any fault of our own, because I think you've done a really good job at getting the word out. And yeah, so I just again want to thank you for all the work that you and Alex Jolicoeur and the rest of your staff did on this project. And I think to relook at it, and then we sort of see it hasn't been that bad. And I looked at many of the communities online. I read some of their programs as well, and I think ours is one that's workable. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Saucier. Just for clarification, Madame Tremblay, the committee that you're referring to a council committee similar to planning, Parks and Rec. Therefore, it would be an application process. People would apply to be on this committee. Then I would review the application, submit them to council for approval. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're understanding what kind of committee we're looking at. Okay, parfait. I believe next was Councillor Tarnowski, and then Conseiller Lorrain. Sorry if I mixed up, guys.
I'll let Councillor Lorrain go first. He had his hand up first.
Okay.
So, thank you very much. So, a couple things. So, the first one is, I think that you know, I've spoken to a lot of people over the last couple of weeks on this, and on both sides of the issue. And you know, there were comments about misinformation, and whether it was the documentation, which I don't believe it was necessarily the documentation. There could have been some verbal words that were said or comments made, and that may be where some of that misinformation was coming, like Madame Tremblay mentioned, with a project that was going on that was waiting on other approvals, not necessarily due to the heritage issue. And if that was made to be part of the discussion and it shouldn't have been, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't have that information. I don't think that was ever written on a document that was passed around to anybody. You know, for me, I mean, the communication piece I think is key. And over the time frame, I'm not saying we haven't. I'm not going to say we haven't tried to communicate. We haven't attempted. We haven't done a lot of work on this, because we have. But I think there's one key point now, with there has been some turnover in properties over the last 4 or 5 years in some locations. And I think, you know, I don't know, and again, I don't know necessarily if this is a staff thing to do or whether or not this is the consultant, but maybe it's time to actually reach out to each one of the individual properties, each individual property owner, and speak to them directly so that they hear the information from the consultant on this, and they can actually gauge the information from them and ask the questions that need to be asked. I mean, we're paying an external consultant to do work on this. Why can't they be speaking to each individual property in this district, and at least the information in terms of what they can and can't do, or what kind of scheduled or category house that they or property they have, all of the information would be readily available to the homeowner at that point in time with the people there. I'm concerned with a mass meeting of people in a location, whether it be on the one side or on the other. You know, whether there's going to be the engagement, are everyone comfortable going to that type of a meeting, not knowing what the format is going to be, and whether or not it's just going to be an argument back and forth. So, you know, that concerns me a little bit. I think people need to be engaged individually and spoken to about the project. And I think I mentioned this in one of the other meetings. Why aren't we just communicating with the actual property owners that are affected in these locations? And yes, I understand that there's other, you know, there's Heritage District adjacent and whatnot. So, but to me, I think it's time to engage each property, and you know, that's my point of view at this point. I haven't changed my point of view on it right from the beginning. I've explained that to everyone that's reached out to me on it. Had some very good discussions, very respectful discussions with everyone that I've spoken to. But at this point, I think that's where we should be going, is speaking to each individual property owner and clarifying exactly what this means. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conseiller Larin. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I think that we've reached out numerous times. We've had letters delivered to all the properties, to the property owners. I think, staff have done a fantastic job of communication, but communication is a two-way street. The residents have to want to have those conversations. We saw with this campaign, I only got a limited number of calls this weekend. I got more than I was expecting, which was fantastic. But based on the amount of flyers that they sent out, I don't think the majority of the people who actually received those flyers were actually interested enough to engage with staff or myself or yourselves. I believe we all had some people reach out to us, but my understanding is they went way beyond the HCD to give out these flyers based on the signs that went out there. So they themselves demonstrated an opportunity and shared the information to contact us, and it was very limited intake of that, if you will. So I think that people have voiced since the beginning, with virtual meetings. They don't want virtual. They want to be able to have those conversations. So from my perspective, I like the idea. Yes, there's some details to work out, as far as having that. But I think it should be a special council meeting so that we are there to hear the input from the residents, because ultimately we are the ones who are making that decision. Just to flop it off on staff and a consultant, I don't think that gives us that true information that we're looking for. So, Councillor Tarnowski.
Thank you very much. So the goal for this HCD is to help the community manage future change in a way that celebrates and respects the heritage values of the area protected under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. How can anyone vote against that? Like, it's right off the bat, it's a noble cause. It's a good thing to do. And so that's where I think this whole issue right now is causing a lot of divisiveness, if you want, within the township, and we saw that with the signs going up and so on. Why would you not want to protect, culture, history, and so on? So I spent a lot of time in the past week really reading over the Heritage Act, reading over our MTBA's report and so on. And when I go through it, and when you really dig past that original, nice kind of headline, you look at what defines this heritage aspect in Russell. And the consultants came up with these 5 categories. And those 5 categories, within each of those categories, natural settings, industrial values, village character, aesthetic values, architectural elements, and so on. Within those, there were different points. I think in all, I counted about 31 different points that they talk about that really make up the value of this district and the importance of in protecting this district. But when you dig through those, I would say that at least 22 of those 31 points are, I don't believe, at a risk of being lost. You know, I'll give you some examples, and if anyone wants to refer to these, if you look at the report, it's page 19, 2021 of the actual report. But if you look at industrial values as one of the attributes that's so important, they talk about Mill Street. Well, Mill Street's not going to disappear if we don't have an HCD. They talk about, and I'm just going to go through a few of them here, natural settings, how that's such an important aspect. So they talk about the meandering form of the Castro River. That's not going to change whether we have an HCD or not. So there's a lot of those elements that we want to protect the village that are there and that are at a very low, if no risk whatsoever of being changed. So I don't think it's just a simple answer of everything's going to change if we don't have an HCD. I think that's where I certainly I was failing at the beginning in looking at this in a deeper way. So out of those 31 elements, and I would encourage everyone here to look at this in detail, there's at least 22 of those elements that I feel are either guaranteed protected because they're natural environment things that, unless we stop the river, for example, unless we destroy the bridge altogether, there's certain things that will not disappear whether we have the HCD or not. So there are some that are at risk. Yes, there are some infill situations where someone could build something, and there is some risk. So I'm not saying that there is no risk in if we turn down this HCD, but the risk, I think, is not as big as this report and as this whole process make it out to be. That's for one thing. And so when I look at anything and anything we do in any of these decisions that are brought to us at council, I look at the cost of it versus the value anytime we make a decision. So let's look at the cost side. And I understand that from a administrative perspective, we're saying, oh, we're just asking these residents within these homes to apply through a process. But applying through a process, adding a level of bureaucracy to it, it's not a big thing, and we're all saying, yeah, they're all going to be approved. It's going to be really hard to, it's not going to be a cumbersome process and everything else. But if you start looking at the amount of days that someone has to request these permits, and what are some of the requirements if they don't agree with the decisions, and what are some of the challenges that come out of that, I'm concerned that we're adding this bureaucracy, we're adding these approval requirements, we're also adding a burden on the staff or a committee of residents to be taking these decisions on people's private property. And so I'm a little challenged by that. And I think that if I look at the risk, and again, it's not because I don't want to protect the community or the heritage value, because I value it and I think it's very important. But I don't think it's just as simple as saying, if you don't value it, or if you don't vote for the HCD, you don't value this. I don't think it's that simple. And so the cost versus the benefit on this particular one, I think is not in, like I'm going to be voting against it altogether. So, and I realize, because the other argument that I've heard now is like, well, we invested 5 years on this, we invested so much staff time, it'd be a waste to not go ahead with it. Well, I agree that there's been a lot of time wasted, a lot of money wasted on this, but it's part of a process that brings us to this point here where we do finally get very active community engagement and so on, and that does make a difference. And that's the beauty of our system. And yes, there's money that's been wasted through this process, but without getting to this point, without having this discussion, without getting to see those signs on the lawns and really digging in deep, we would have not gotten to this position. So just because there was time and money invested in it, I still think that at this point, it's not worthwhile moving forward just because of that as an excuse. So I think respectfully to everyone that's put in an amazing amount of time and work into this, when you really dig into it, I don't think that the risk of losing the value that we have, the heritage value in Russell, is going to happen if we don't have the HCD. yes, we are going to lose some pieces. I agree. But the overall picture with the all overall attributes, and again, I urge everyone to go look at those attributes and look at them in detail and really ask yourselves if the HCD makes a difference. I don't think that it's worth the cost and the burden that we would be imposing on staff and the residents in the district and adjacent to the district as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tarnowski. Madame Tremblay, t'avais-tu des commentaires sur ça?
Non, merci, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Conseiller Brisson and Councillor Saucier.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Yeah, because I just wanted to say that it's true that I did vote for that study a few years ago because, and I think it's not really time and money that we did lost because it did make us appreciate what we have in Russell with the view of the river, the view of the town, even with the park on the other side of the pool of the river. It's something that, as Councillor Tarnowski did mention, even if we don't go with the district, that will stay there. And it's something that we did appreciate. The only thing I find it really too bad is just that frustration, but that, comme on dit en français, cette haine-là qui s'est bâtie entre voisins de Russell. It's just too bad because we wanted some harmony. And then we did create with that conflict a kind of two groups that are fighting once against the other. And that's really bad because we have that natural, but we don't need all those regulations. Because personally, I do prefer to have maybe something that is a bit more new than having something that is historical, but that is too much damage that they had to put some plywood in the windows, and I've seen that in some other places. And the best example I have is with the Russell House, because the one that are for the district say, look what they did with it. And myself, I said, yes, look what they did, how nice it is. Because they took a whole building and they put it with something that can't last a long time, and they invest in that old building to give an excellent service that we have now. With all this, I cannot vote for all those regulations with district, because even people that will want to build, they will look around and they will try, most of them, they will try to accommodate that same style because they don't want to have it that much out of the place and going completely out. So that's why I said I cannot vote for the district, but I really think that it will last, and I really like the look of Russell, and it will keep, and we just have to continue to work on it. And for the history of it, yes, we have to take some picture, we have to make some event of it, but everything, because those houses won't get newer neither, and they will deteriorate some of those properties. So I personally prefer to have something newer, and that might be built just as well without all the red tape that will be needed otherwise, and some of the frustration that I think I've seen, because and I don't need some more comment of the people, because you all have the same as I had the last week, whether it's telephone, whether it's email, we had a comment from both sides. So there's no need to have a comment meeting. And as Councillor Laurent was saying, trying to put those people right now all in the same group in this hall, I'm afraid of what it will turn out, and that the people might not even respect and will regret what they will say at such a meeting. So thank you, and for my comment and letting me know. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. It goes to Councillor Saucier and then to Conseiller Laurent.
All right, thank you. Well, you know, the letters I got this week, I had a lot more in favor of this than were against. I only had 3 opposed, and then probably about 20 for it. Even real estate agents that were saying the property values would increase and that they felt it was, they were in support of it. And I think it's a bit naive to think that it can't change because, you know, and I'm probably speaking from a volunteer at the Historical Society in the museum. If we, you know, like I said, we celebrate Russell Brick. It's part of the heritage, part of the history. We're putting plaques around town talking about the history, and then we're going to let ourselves lose it. And to think that a developer is not going to buy a property and possibly tear it down for a condo or apartment building is, I think, naive. I grew up in Cornwall. I'm sorry to use that example again, but 2 churches went. 2 beautiful theaters that were the oldest in Canada, the Cornwallis Hotel, and you know, and I'm sorry, but I think, even though I know it's a wonderful facility, I really don't think that the red building fits into that neighborhood. And I know neighbors that feel that way too. I mean, it's a great organization. They're doing wonderful work, but aesthetically, if we have all that, or more of that, it will change the feel of Russell and the way it looks. And it will happen, and I think that we'll regret that decision, especially from a historical point of view. Someone said to me, well, do you want to keep it looking like 1912? Well, I mean, we all value the registry office and how beautiful that building is, and all those Russell Brick homes. So, and every one of those people that mostly live in those homes were the ones that wrote letters and said they were in favor of the district. So I'm just really think it's naive to think that it's protected. Yes, the river will be protected to a certain degree, but even as it gets developed over on Church Street, the border of the river could change. They're talking about putting fences up. Our conservation area will be protected because South Nation protects it. But I think we could lose a lot of our history, and that's what made everybody attracted to this village.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Saucier. Conseiller Lorrain.
Thank you very much. I do have a question for Madame Tremblay on this. So with all the work that has been done, is it possible or feasible for individual homeowners to come in and get assistance with any type of a designation from a heritage perspective on their own property? And what can we do to assist them if that's the case?
Madame Tremblay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's possible for a property owner to have a property designation under Part 4 of the Heritage Act. So basically, council will have to approve a bylaw. So there's a full report on the assessment of the house that would have to be done. And then a bylaw would be brought in front of council and then registered at the province level and on the property owner registry.
Okay. I think that's also something that some people have mentioned is, you know, if they do want to actually go ahead and designate their properties, how can they do it, or what would they need to do that? So the township can assist them with that. Is that
Madame Tremblay?
Yes, it's correct. The township could, we have to assist them because it needs to be a bylaw approved by council. I just want to, and I know that we've talked about the past and it's not a reason why it would be approved because we've been working on this for so long, but initially, if council remember, the mandate of MTBA was to approve some properties, and as you remember, the mandate was for them to come back with 10 properties in Embrun and Russell to have that designation under Part 4, which they would have the private designation on their property, and council refused to move forward with that proposition back then. And that's where the consultant came back and said, there's a value of you looking at the district in Russell because you have a grouping of those attributes and those elements. So just to come back to Mr. Tarnowski's comment is that, yes, the river is there and it will always be there and we're not going to get away of the river. But there's a river in other villages and where you don't have that sense of place and that that commitment of the village that we have, and that we don't have the same feel. And so the attributes that are identified in the report, which Mr. Tarnowski was referring to, is it's not just one of the attributes, it's a group of those attributes, and it's a concentration of those elements that does define that district. And that's why it's all of them together that makes that district so important to the view of the residents and to the village of Russell. Like it's for sure places change, and it's all not always for the better. And I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is not if that change is going to happen, is when that change is going to happen. What we're proposing here is to be proactive and making sure that we're managing the change that is coming, because that pressure is existing. So making sure we know there's the homeowners, their pride of those people that are own those houses. They are proud of what they own, and for sure they're going to make renovation that is going to be according to the district. But it's not all of those owners. There's silent owners that own those properties, and they're just waiting for the redevelopment of those properties, and we can't control what's going to be on their that new lot. So obviously there's personal interest. We don't control that, and we don't know when it's going to change. So it's in the facts. It's everywhere in the province of Ontario. There's a need of those HCD. That's why the province put those tools for municipality to make sure that we're protecting those attributes. So we have those tools in front of us. And obviously I was trying not to talk too much tonight, but I can't help back. But yeah, so it's you have the tool in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. Other follow-up questions, members of council? No? Okay, I have a list of questions that I've prepared, so I'll be going through those. So I'll just ask Madame Tremblay, as a certified planner with over 20 years experience in your field, in your professional opinion, without an HCD in place, do we have the tools necessary to protect the architectural and aesthetic characteristics of that area?
No, Mr. Mayor, we don't.
Okay. Could aspects of the HCD be incorporated into the official plan and our zoning bylaw that would help significantly protect the architectural and aesthetic characteristics of the HCD?
No, unfortunately, the Planning Act doesn't allow us to do so. So it needs to be something legally registered under the Heritage Act.
Okay, so then as per the tools available to us set out by the province, the only way to significantly protect the architectural and aesthetic characteristics of the HCD area is to implement the HCD. That's correct?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. Does the HCD eliminate growth or prevent change in an area?
No, not at all.
Okay, so essentially its purpose is to manage growth in a way that helps protect the architectural and aesthetic characteristics of the HCD. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do zoning bylaws and official plans set standards on private property owners and what they can do on their properties?
Yes, we currently control everything on property right now as we speak under zoning bylaw and official plan.
Right. So if we did have the ability to put these elements in a zoning or a official plan, we would probably be doing that. It's just the fact that it's a standalone document that seems to be the issue right now. So how is the HCD different from zoning or the official plan when it comes to you know, I'll say controlling properties? It's just another set of standards, correct?
Yeah, so basically the HCD is something that would look at the architectural and prevent demolishing of a heritage building, compared to zoning and official plan where it's land use planning. So basically it's used permitted on properties, setback and structure and stuff like that. So the HCD is something that would also consider landscaping, views, that we don't have the authority under zoning or official plan to manage.
Okay. If a proponent or a developer wish to bring forward a project that could have severe impacts on the architectural or aesthetic characteristics of the HCD area. Would the township or the community have the necessary tools to protect itself without an established HCD?
Nope, not at all, Mr. Mayor. Not even residents' constraint or council decision would prevent them as long as they meet the zoning bylaw.
Okay. The HCD that you've presented, it has a process in place that allows residents who disagree with staff or with council to appeal decisions, similar to a zoning and official plans. Is that correct?
Yeah, so in the report, I think the previous report, there was a chart saying the process. So basically after council's approval of the bylaw, there's an appeal period under the Ontario Heritage Act.
Okay. Last question. Based on your professional opinion and with the amount of growth that we are currently experiencing and in reviewing and studying other jurisdictions, what are the chances that we will lose the architectural and aesthetic characteristics of the HCD area over time without having a designation in place? Would you put at low, medium, high?
It's a really high because we feel that pressure. Basically, we don't know when it's going to happen. So it's kind of hard for us to manage at this point because we don't know when. We know if it's going to happen, but it's for sure we don't know when. But I think, like I mentioned earlier, this is a tool to be proactive and making sure that we have everything in place before it comes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for answering my questions. Any other questions, members of council? If not, go ahead, Councillor Tarnowski.
I just want to ask a clarification. Your last question, you asked, what's the risk of losing the architectural and aesthetics, an aesthetic value over time? That's a pretty open-ended question. And 500 years from now, yes, there is a risk. There's a very high risk that may happen. But it's a very vague question, and I'm just concerned that some of these answers are working on people's potential fears of something happening. But again, we're not looking at the risk level like in the next 100 years or so. And that's where I think that it's easy to kind of get lost in this very passionate debate. So
well, just to be clear, I am evaluating the risks and looking at the potential and looking at with the development pressures that are coming our way. We've already seen pressures to start demolishing buildings, to sever lots, to change things currently. So for me, it is a big risk, and it's not there is a long-term risk, but even in the short term, there's significant risk. And that's what I'm asking the professional opinion of our planner is, do you see a significant risk coming our way?
Thank you.
Any other questions, members of council? If not, we'll go to a question period. Councillor Associate.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's already started to happen. I mean, I'll just say, there's houses across from Russell High School that are all coming down for a row house. So that is just going to creep along, and it's there, and I know it's happening on Craig Street, and I know people that have lived here for a long time in some very old homes where they've had developers come knock on their door and say, let me know when you want to sell. And he said, I'm not selling, and it's a beautiful heritage home. That property is in a prime location for a nice condo. So it's going to happen.
Yeah. I think for me personally, my biggest fear is that one day we're looking back and saying, you know what, Russell's not what it used to be. And it's because of things that have been, potentially put in place. Is there a risk? There's a risk to everything. That's for sure. Do we stop change? Do we manage change? At the end of the day, it comes down to either we put something in place and we try and manage the change that's coming, or we don't put anything in place and we just react to whatever comes our way, and we don't necessarily have the tools to be able to react in a proactive manner. So with that, there's no further questions or comments. We'll go to the question period on this subject. So if you've entered questions, si vous avez mis des questions that is not related to this subject, I will address those at the proper question period. We have first question, Mr. Dave Dwyer, 75 Mill Street. How many conservation districts are there in Ontario? I believe Councillor Saucier mentioned about 134. I'm not sure if you can confirm that, Madame Tremblay.
Yeah, currently there's 134 approved heritage district conservation in Ontario.
Okay, perfect. The next question is more of a statement. It's not a question. Julianne Bankley, 151 Castor Street. As there is no official survey or door-to-door campaign, there's absolutely no way to know exactly how many are in favor versus against. If councillors need to vote in a way that represents residents in the HCD, exactly how are they gauging resident positions in favor versus against? As we are in favor, we'd like to hear specific reasoning from Andre, Mike, and Jamie. Also, why didn't the HCD consulting company do this in the first stage? So in regards to the three councillors, I think the three councillors have stated their position, so I'm not going to ask them to restate everything. They've made it quite clear why they think the way they do. Also, why didn't the HCD consulting company do this in the first stages? Madame Tremblay, if you can help me out with this, at the end of the day, it was never about holding a vote. Rarely does council ask any question for our population to vote on a subject. This is when you do that, that's usually done in a ballot question. We deal, just for example, tonight, you know, we've got 20 odd decisions we have to make. If we had to go to the public for every single decision asking for a vote, I think that would be very, very time consuming. I think that at the beginning, when we started this process, we did get very positive feedback from day one. We got good public participation, correct, Madame Tremblay?
Yes, correct, Mr. Mayor, and as well, we did have a survey at the beginning of this process. I think it was the second time that we started this process, there was a survey conducted, and those results were shared in the previous report to council.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Andrew Telford, does the amount of misinformation concern the council? How can we make sure the correct information gets out there effectively to all? Definitely, from my perspective, I think that misinformation is a great concern to council. That's why over the last 5-10 years, we've concentrated so much on making our website information out there, trying to engage with the residents, share as much as information, have them interact with council and staff. But as I mentioned earlier, communication is a two-way street. Residents must want to be informed, must want to be educated, must want to communicate with us. So, we can only deliver the information. The residents have a role in that to play as well, is where they actually have to, take the time to educate themselves as well. Mr. McLalone, with no clear sign of, is there a question in there? With no clear sign of support from at least two councillors, does it make any sense to consider spending $25,000, $50,000 on taxpayers' money to work on amending the original proposed HCD? And even if it is necessary to consider such an expense, recognizing significant knowledge and expertise already acquired by township planning staff that should allow them to conduct any further. I think no staff, no council member has stated that they're looking at doing the smaller HCD with the cost that's presented. Members of council can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think anybody mentioned that they were interested in doing so. Monsieur Gilles Bérubé, where did they mention in the information sheet that you were not able to use a generator for power outage? I think that's in regards to Councillor Saucier. Councillor Saucier, I believe you said that was somebody that received the flyer and that's what they heard in a discussion. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I was from a phone call and it was a person that's involved with the No campaign, and they called me and said, do you know that this is one of the points that you won't be able to do this? And I said, well, that's a necessity in a power outage, and you would not be told you couldn't use a generator.
Great, thank you.
And I did speak to Mr. Bérubé about that today.
Okay, there was also, where did on the information sheet that the municipal tax would double? As I mentioned, I didn't see the sheet in regards to doubling of tax. I believe that was the same scenario, Councillor Saucier. It was somebody who informed you of that?
it was another resident from that section that called and said that their taxes were going to be doubled. It is not, I have the sheet right here. It's not on the sheet.
Okay, thank you. That's not in regards to this subject. Charles Armstrong, 85 Castlebeau Street, item 11D. What is the legislative authority to create a Heritage Conservation District grant program, as the Ontario Heritage Act does not allow a grant program for HCDs? Madame Tremblay, I believe that he's referencing the CIP option that we had discussed at a previous meeting, and that if council decided they wanted to help with improvements in that area, that we'd have to go through the CIP process. Is that correct?
Yeah, and you're correct, Mr. Mayor, but I believe that the question is mostly where under the which act that we would be entitled to have the grant, and I believe that the Heritage Act allows municipality to pass a bylaw for grant for project under the Heritage. So I believe it's about Section 39 of the Heritage Act that allows municipality to pass bylaws to allow for grants. But again, this is something, if moving forward, this is something we will make sure, but every municipality that has those heritage district, they do have the grant. So I believe it's under the Planning Act, under the CIP section or the Heritage Act that is entitled us to have the grant program. Okay,
thank you. Again, Mr. Armstrong, 85 Castlebeau, will the details of the grant program be available prior to council decision on the HCD? If council wishes to move forward with an HCD, I would assume that we'd want to have that information. If the majority of council has no interest in having an HCD, then I can't see us asking for all that information before a decision. So, I don't think. 11D, why in Appendix A 3.4 is a City of Ottawa bylaw incorporated in a township bylaw? Is a change in the City of Ottawa bylaw a change in township's bylaw and legislative procedure be followed? I'm Appendice 3.4. Je sais pas si Madame Tremblay, tu peux regarder celle-là. Je suis pas certain qu'est-ce qui fait référence. Mr. Armstrong, again, have the property owners adjacent to the HCD been notified of restrictions on their property imposed in the HCD guidelines subsection 4.2.4 as required by the provincial policy statement? Madame Tremblay, did the adjacent owners to the properties, were they sent out the information as well?
Yeah, as well, they did receive some of the notice in the mail, the same as property owner inside. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Armstrong, why have 6 adjacent properties listed in subsection 4.2.4 been exempt? The agency requirements, even though the provincial policy statement requirements quoted in the subsection are imperative requirements with no provisions for the township to provide exemptions. As-tu de l'information sur celle-là? Okay, so we can send that to Monsieur Armstrong. Let's see, Donald for 1094 Concession Street. Personally, having heard misinformation and frankly lies from detractors of the initiative about what I can do with my heritage home and seeing the misinformation rustle about vaccines against established science, anti-lockdown protests, what is the township going to do to combat this increasing element that is pushing false information in our town? Again, that communication is very difficult. We put out all the proper information. We encourage residents to speak with staff, speak with council, subscribe to our newsletters, subscribe to our email blasts so that we can, provide you with all that information. But, like I said earlier, it's up to residents to do their homework and go when they have an issue or have a question regarding township. They should come to township directly to make sure they're getting the proper information. Gilles Berube, did Mrs. Tremblay read the information folder that was circulated? I'm not sure what information folder he's referring to. Madame Tremblay, do you know what he's referring to?
The only thing I've received is the say no to the heritage district, but you can designate your property as a heritage. So that was the only documents that was forwarded to me. So okay. Other than that, I didn't receive anything else.
Okay. Monsieur Lalonde, Would not a public meeting in Russell not address Mr. Lorrain's concerns over talking to individual homeowners? So many individual letters already sent to homeowners. Residents need to read the reports, which they have not. Again, Councillor Lorrain has shared his thoughts on that. It's, you know, again, we encourage people to read as much information as possible, contact members of council and contact staff to try and get the right information. Mr. Lalonde, how does Councillor Tarnowski feel about the loss of the heritage and historic value of the old Palace Hotel? And how can this easily happen to at least another dozen properties in concession in Craig without the protection afforded under some type of HCD? Councillor Tarnowski, did you want to address that? If not, that's fine. I'll just move on.
I'm happy to address it. I think that the organization that's there is doing a fantastic job. I know that the investor has invested heavily of their own money to make that happen. The building has lost some heritage value. I do agree on that. It's unfortunate, but in the shape that it was in, we have a much better building right now, and that's where I'll leave it at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madame Tremblay, had there been an HCD at that point in time, the HCD would not have prevented any of the upgrades. They would have just made sure that it suited the environment that it was in. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So we wouldn't have prevent any change that they've done on the building or to prevent the use that is currently at that location at all.
It would just make sure that it felt the feel of Russell. It would have made sure that it suited its environment. Okay.
Exactly. You're correct.
Okay. My name is Cindy Rowe. I live at 24 Main Street. Given that there's always turnover in City Council, how can it be guaranteed that the next council won't come in and approve a builder's request to build in an area that is currently a natural habitat? Even in Ottawa, they have protected green space like the Greenbelt. That is the purpose of the protection, to ensure that future natural habitats like the Castor River are protected regardless of who is in the office. Good point. Future council can make those types of decisions. Just for clarification, Madame Tremblay, in your report, you talk about a 2-year trial period. The next term of council would be able to decide if they want to keep it or get rid of it if they choose to do so. But would it be only for for example, if, this council said, no trial period, we do it, that's it, that's all, can it be revoked down the road?
Yes, it could be, Mr. Mayor. The only suggestion that was made is making sure that the residents have a level of comfort that council is making that commitment or reviewing it by approving a resolution specifically to that. So we were just adding a level of comfort to making sure that council would, in 2 years' term, revisit, because the resolution would be approved accordingly.
Right, but basically any bylaw that's put in place by council, a future bylaw or future council can overwrite that bylaw. That's just a reality of the system that we live with. You know, it would really be if the province made changes to their legislation that would lock the hands of future councils. Thank you for your question. Charles Armstrong, is every property in the proposed HCD owned by a resident of the HCD, or some owners personally reside outside of the HCD? I don't have that information. Madame Tremblay, do you know if there's homes in the HCD that are owned from people outside the HCD? I believe so. I know, you know, I can't swear on a Bible, but I know I've had a few conversations with people who've mentioned that they don't live in the HCD, but they do own properties there. Few developers anyways. Madame Tremblay?
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Mayor, and I think there's property that are rented as well. So they're the owner may not live in Russell, but they are renting the house. All right.
Okay. Mr. Armstrong, can property owners ask that their individual property be designated heritage property without having HCD? Monsieur Lorrain, Councillor Lorrain asked that question. But again, that would just be for their property. That the HCD envelops a lot more than the property, right? It envelops public spaces, all that kind of stuff as well, Madame Tremblay, correct?
Yeah, so again, just to go back at the statement that was provided earlier and the attributes, the district protects everything and not just the architectural of a building on a building specifically. So it's the sense of place and the feel coming in that we're trying to protect as a whole, and not just the architectural of the building. So just for the, and I know that maybe it's not the place to answer, but just for example, and I know that we're talking about the place of sense, and it's not just the architectural, but just as a specific example, for example, the property size. So in the district, it was identified that the property size in the district are a lot larger than everywhere else in Russell, and this is an attribute that was defining that does give that character of Russell, because the lots are bigger, the streets are narrower. So basically what the Heritage District is saying is that if you do consider a severance, even if your zoning is allowing you to have a specific size, which is a lot smaller than what we see, we should not approve those severance applications. We should consider the size of the property owners surrounding that severance application. So that means a severance would be less possible than if we were just having the zoning in place. So the same as the height, for example, the height of the zoning bylaw, let's say on the village core on concession is 5-story in height, but the Heritage Conservation District is saying you should maximize your height building to 3.5 story to be in respectful to the environment of your surrounding. So the zoning would not prevail, the HCD would prevail in this case. So it's a lot more complex than just looking at a door or window or a roof. So it's the surrounding, and it's the complete feel of what Russell is offering that we're trying to protect.
Right, because presently, for a perfect example, is the lot at Castor and Concession, the empty lot, right? Obviously, we want that to develop into something that fits the character, but with the zoning bylaw right now, somebody could build a 5-story pink building and we wouldn't have the tools necessary to say no, right? That's to the extreme. You know, I'm just using that as an example, but that's the situation we are currently in, correct?
Yeah, you're correct, and we had the discussion with other members of council. For example, the pressure that we're seeing, more people means that the road would be widened. So in the Heritage District, we're saying we like those narrow streets. We like the parking because it gives, again, that feel of a small community and a sense of place. So if we were to add more density and more height and more residents, and that means that pressure from cars and from road widening would be happening, and with the HCD we would protect that as well. And those protection is also on municipal projects, so street light, bridges, parks, and we are imposing those on the township as well, because we do recognize this as something being important.
Right, and to be clear, Craig, Concession, Castor are all United County roads, right? And if we don't have an HCD in place, the United Counties is by no means obligated to do works that meet what we would like, correct?
Yeah, you're correct. And they were involved in the process, and we did have back and forth because it was not a yes from the get-go, but yes, they're on board and they will participate. And the cost, obviously, it's a question, but if there's an HIA required, then the township would be responsible for the HIA, but the county confirmed that they would be applying those regulation or those recommendations coming out of the HIA. And just again, for the level of bureaucracy that was mentioned, like if we refer, and I've been referring to this table from the beginning, there's not a lot of permits that are required. So the level of bureaucracy, if we look at the chart, it's already existing, because most of the work that require the heritage permit, they require a building permit. So the same process would apply. It would be part of the building permit application. So there's no extra bureaucracy involved unless it's a major renovation, major addition, or a demolition. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. Donal, 1094 Concession Street, Russell. My apologies if I'm not pronouncing that properly. In regards to the council member's opinion that a significant portion of Russell's identified heritage features are not at risk from the short term council's development plans, I'd like to ask why the issue of preventative conservation is not being discussed regarding these. We don't do preventative conservation to preserve for the short term, but the long term. Good point. I don't think there's any individual councillor who wants to answer that question. If there is, why aren't we looking at the short-term preservation? Somebody can jump in. Mr. Bernard Berry, 115 Rue Castor. As a homeowner in the proposed HCD, my question is, once all members of council approve the trial period for HCD, what would the effective date be? That's assuming that council would vote in favor of it. Madame Tremblay, that would be on the evening that a bylaw would be passed, that it would become effective. Is that correct, Madame Tremblay, or do we specify a date later on?
It would be after the, Mr. Mayor, it would be after the appeal period. If there's no appeal, then the bylaw would become in effect, and then the 2 years would start, or the 1 year. I just through like a year or two, so it would be council's decision at the end of the day to decide if it's a 1 year pilot project or 2 years.
Okay, perfect. Again, for information purposes for residents, the tribunal, if there was an appeal, then at that point in time, the tribunal would decide if council is in the right or wrong, or if we did approve an HCD and there was objections to it, then the tribunal might go through a whole process and that would extend that time. But once they would support council's position, if they do, then that's when it would basically start, correct? Okay. Monsieur Bérubé, we'd like to know what the plan for the Agricultural Society buildings and land are. If the arena is to be eliminated and amalgamated into the new sports complex, how are we be assured that a developer will not come in and develop that land? At this point in time, we haven't had those discussions as a council. You know, that'll be part of the discussion once we get to that point in the sports complex and how we finance it. But we don't have that information at this point in time. Monsieur Gilles Bérubé, 204 Castor, has the properties adjacent to the HCD have been informed their properties are affected? As Madame Tremblay answered earlier, yes, the information has sent the information. Monsieur Bérubé read the Heritage District information sheet. Yes, as indicated, that's the sheet that she has seen. C'est le seul document tu as vu, hein? Tu as eu une copie finalement? Right. And by the way, whoever put that out, again, misinformation. They gave there was a typo in your email address, Madame Tremblay. So unfortunately, you probably didn't get a lot of emails that were looking to find information. Mr. Sean Hogue, how can council vote today when it seems clear from the comments there's an active campaign of gross misinformation? Would it not be better to correct the information than reconsider the way ahead? Thank you very much for your question. Just to be clear, maybe Maryse, if we can scroll up for the screen for the residents, what is being asked of council tonight is the process of what staff is recommending. So they're recommending three things. The first one is to move forward with a public consultation special council meeting. That's correct, Madame Tremblay. That's the first step. The second step is after that public meeting, then bring back a report to council based on all the feedback received, which she suggests at this point in time will most likely be a recommendation for a trial period. And I believe was there a third part to that?
Yes,
and
the creation of the Heritage Committee. And
the creation of a Heritage Committee. So that's what council is being asked to vote on tonight. There are other options in that document that say either, I'm just waiting for our deputy clerk to put on the screen. If you go to other options, Maryse. So other options, staff could say to go with a reduce, to continue the investigation of a reduced HCD boundary as shown. I don't think any member of council suggested we do that. 2, approve the potential HCD tonight as proposed and adopt a resolution to commit to a review in 1 to 2 years. Or we simply not approve any potential HCD and plan and guidelines, and it simply ends the conversation and that's the end of it. So there's also those 3 other options. So once it comes on the table, then council will have further discussion and make amendments as to where they want to go, or if they want to put something out there that's not even on the report. Conseil Brisson?
Just one comment that I've heard a few times. There's always saying, oh, there's misinformation. And it seems as if it's always whenever are the one that are against it that had given some misinformation. Just wanted to clarify that I'm not sure that it's all misinformation. There's some information that might be true. That is just that it was not properly told. And there's some information that was coming from the other party that are from the positive, like the one that are for. So that's what the only comment that, as one did mention, how can we take a decision with all that misinformation? I don't think there was that much, and it's our own decision that we're taking. So, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure how many phone calls you got, but I was surprised at the amount of conversations that I had to correct some information out there. So, Mr. Bidubé, last question, 204 Castor. What extra limitation does properties have that are on the Castor River have because of the Castor River canopy protection? Ça, c'est-tu dans le document clarifié, Madame Tremblay? I know the South Nation have some rules. The Environmental Committee and staff are working on a tree canopy bylaw that I'm sure will address the river and tree canopy as well. But there are in the document itself, it does make reference to that area.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. And there's, like you've mentioned as well, there's most of the properties along the Castor River, they're designated and zoned as floodplain. So they're already limited in what they could do as per the structure because it's part of the floodplain. And there's a distance from the high water mark as well to be respected. So the development along the Castor River is already restricted, but there in the HCD, there's also, it's kind of considered the same kind of guidelines that you would see for the public realm. So it's because the Castor River was identified as a heritage attribute. So it's kind of the same regulation that and guidelines that would apply.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we just had a last minute question pop in. Mr. Dean Drevniak, the red building on Mill. Would council consider changing the bylaws to deal with building height or severances or other issues that are concerning? As I mentioned earlier, I think I confirmed with Madame Tremblay, without the HCD in place, the only way to do that would be to change the entire zoning bylaw for the entire township. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct. So we would have to define, for example, if we took those property on Castor and Mills and Parallel, for example, where the properties are a lot bigger, then the zoning of those entire property would then define the square footage and the square meters of those area of the property bigger in a different zone than what we have at the moment.
Right. So if we wanted to protect those and keep them 1,000 square meter lots, we'd have to say all new development in the entire township has to meet that minimum of 1,000 square meter lot.
Or have sorry, Mr. Mayor, or have a specific zone for those properties where I don't think the owner would be really happy about the fact that the size of their property is imposed to be a lot bigger than everybody else.
Right.
So yes, it could be done in a zoning to have a specific zoning for each of those properties separate than what we have in the R1, R2, or R3 zone at the moment.
Okay, thank you. There's a question here, anonymous. Please, I'll give you a moment just to type in your name. In regards to the size of the HCD, why didn't it continue down? Gilles Bidubé, how many feet would be included? I think it was Gilles that had that question as well. For the Agricultural Society buildings, why wasn't that included? I think it was mentioned in the report that at a future time we could look at extending the HCD, but the original HCD was actually smaller than what's proposed now, and based on community feedback, that's when council and the consultants changed the size. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Mayor. So in the previous beginning of the reports, there was, I think, 3 or 4 options of the size of the district that was evaluated. Some were bigger than the one presented at the moment, some were smaller, and based on the community feedback, this is the one that we've decided in order to kind of concentrate on those property included, went with that district based on feedback.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Berube, how many feet would be included from the river for the saving the canopy? Do you have that information at hand? As you mentioned, that's part of that involves South Nation, and there's current rules in other documents.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So right now, as per the zoning bylaw in place, it needs to be 120 meter of the floodplain to have any proposed development until you have an environmental impact assessment that would provide a distance otherwise than 120 meter. So
Okay.
That's the restriction at the moment.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. That's the amount of questions we have for this period. At this point in time, we will continue our agenda. This will be voted on later on under the resolutions section. So with that, we will move on to item E. Rapport financier 2021 Q2, janvier à juin, que le Conseil reçoit le rapport FS 22-2021, daté du 9 août 2021, et accuse réception du deuxième rapport financier de 2021 pour la période de janvier à juin 2021. Questions, commentaires, membres du Conseil? Councillor Ternowski.
I'd just like to ask the question. Thank you for the report. So any of the totals that are over the 50% in terms of expenses and so on in those particular ones, or anything that's grossly under the 50% year to date. For example, if I look at protection of persons and property, I think we're just at 17% year to date, and we're at 50% of the year. Is there anything in there, Monsieur Godin, where we should know that there are issues or anything like that?
Monsieur Godin.
Through Mr. Mayor, bonsoir, cher membre du Conseil. Thank you for the question, Councillor Ternowski. So no, we have gone through all those variances. At this point in time, I'm quite comfortable with them. For sure, when we look at the variances, I tend to put more effort in reviewing the variances from this same period last year, just because even though we are 50% of the way through the year, there are some large payments that we receive at the beginning of the year or later at the end. There are some large transfers that are done at a specific time in the year. But we have gone through the major variances, and we're quite comfortable with the numbers we've seen.
Merci.
Okay, merci. D'autres questions? No, at this point in time, let's take a 5-minute break. It's 7:27 on my clock. We'll come back at 7:32, and it'll give opportunity members of council to get a drink, a tea, a coffee, or use a little washroom if you need to. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Rebonjour. We will continue our meeting. Just to confirm if members of council can announce their presence for the public.
Mike Tarnowski present.
André présent.
Jamie here.
Cindy Sauce here.
Perfect. And I see our clerk on screen is here as well. Let's move on to the next item. Item F, Municipal Modernization Program Funding Intake 2 MPP Report FS 23-2021. The council receives report FS 23-2021 dated August 9, 2021. Following the approved funding for this program. 1, council is informed of these 3 projects approved by this grant funding, and 2, that council confirms the scope for the municipal services review as detailed in the support information. Questions, comments, members of council? If not, we'll pass it to Monsieur Godin. Or Councillor Tarnowski, go ahead.
I apologize. So there's a possible issue here around time sensitivity and grant requirement. What would be the impact around that, like with that implementation deadline?
Okay, Monsieur Godin.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you again for the question, Councillor Tarnowski. At this point in time, I'm not sure on a specific what's the consequence if we don't deliver within that. I think it was November 30th deadline. There was some delays. The province had said that we should be having an answer in May. We ended up getting an answer for those grant applications in late June, and they haven't revised their timeline. So I have requested to the province that if we can have an extension on that timeline, because a few months to do this type of project is really a short timeline. I don't think it's really feasible. So we will have to be careful and wait until we have an answer before committing to to a contract for those works for sure. But I'm confident that we can work with the ministry to have something worked out, and we have had that situation in the past, and it hasn't been a serious issue. But we're definitely keeping an eye and keeping the conversation going with the province to make sure we don't miss any important deadlines.
Merci.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions at this point in time? Anything else you wanted to add, Monsieur Godin?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to summarize, as you said, there's two goals to this report. First of all, to inform council, because this was a funding opportunity that was announced earlier this year with short deadlines for applications. So we did go ahead and apply without informing council. The first project for the service level review, that's a project that's already in the budget. So we went ahead to apply for that one because it did fit the criteria. And for municipal modernization, they are encouraging that we invest into softwares or anything else to make ourselves more efficient. We did have a few softwares in the pipeline that we were starting to look at. So we went ahead to apply for those 2. And for e-signatures, so just electronic signature softwares, and also the GIS, that's it's kind of a mapping tool for our asset management so that we can really see our assets on the map of the township. There's different uses for that, and it's integrated with our current asset management software citywide. So we went ahead and applied for those 3 projects, and they were all 3 approved. So that's good. The good news. We did also want to make sure to come back to council to speak about the scope for our level of service review. When we did talk about it at the budget sessions, we saw there were a lot of options. At this point in time, we put $100,000 in the budget without clear direction on it. So we have done a bit of research, and we're proposing a scope here, which is more of a high level where we would look at all the departments without going into a deep dive, but looking at all departments to hope to have recommendations on some quick savings or some areas where we can invest to find savings, and also potentially have some recommendations to have a deep dive on specific departments where the more efficiencies could be found. All that being said, we were approved for a $100,000 grant, which is 100% from the grant. So we do still have that other $100,000 in the budget, which could potentially afterwards be used to implement those recommendations. So that's kind of what we're proposing. But if council does have anything specific they would like for us to have a look at with this exercise, now would be the time to bring those up.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Godin. Question for you or Monsieur Leduc. Would there be an advantage, since we've already allocated the $100,000 to a service level review, and yes, we got funding, but would there be an advantage for us as far as pricing goes to move ahead with a deeper level right away, or because we're engaging their services on a larger project, are we going to spend $100,000 and then we need to spend another $100,000 to do the deeper dive, or we could potentially get both for $150 if we were all to do it at the beginning? I'm just wondering if we've had those type of conversations at all.
Good evening, members of council, Mr. Mayor. We've had some general discussions. Most likely that could be reflected in an RFP documentation where you could say, what if we were to do this kind of a study, or what if we were to do a combined study? That could be looked at. There could be some savings there by doing the whole thing, but again, not knowing exactly where council wants to dive, not knowing where we will find something neither. So it's hard to say today, say, oh, it's full blown right away, or instead of doing a first review. So, okay. But we could kind of work it out this way to say, would there be any benefits to dive deeper in the RFP and see what comes up? We could do that. That
would just, looking at potential savings down the road if we incorporate both projects. I do understand the concept of, starting slow and seeing, first what kind of results we're going to get with this company and see where we can go from there. But I'm just making the suggestion. I'm open to the administration moving forward with the process they prefer. Conseiller Larin?
Yeah, I actually completely agree with that. So, I think there has been some projects in the past where, we've done something and they say, well, if you wanted to do this, we could have done it in the beginning for, half the cost, and now it's going to be a full-blown cost again. So any potential to do more at a savings should definitely be considered here. So I actually like the idea to attempt to do a cost savings in this and do it all at once if we can.
Okay, parfait. Other questions, comments, members of council? No? You're okay with that direction, Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Godin?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor, and but I'd like to mention to council, the province has funded many of these studies similar to ours right now. There's also a limited number of consultants maybe doing this kind of work, and I don't know if we'll be getting how competitive will the bids be, or how fast can they conduct those studies, and if the province only allows us for a certain extension, hoping that will meet any tendering party schedule. So I hope this is going to be possible, but who knows what we'll get when we do issue the RFP.
Yeah, we might. There'll have to be some flexibility in the RFP to allow for the possible proponents to, they might have to adjust. Some might be a lot busier than others, and some might be flexible. So we'll wait to see what the results of that are. Okay, thank you very much. Prochain rapport, next one is Grant Applications Report 2021, Q2 Report FS 24 2021. The Council receives Report FS 24 2021 dated August 9, 2021 for information purposes. Questions, comments, members of Council? Pretty standard. Quelque chose à ajouter, Monsieur Godin?
Non, merci, Monsieur Maire.
OK, parfait. Prochain, H, Summary of Purchases Awarded Over 25,000, Report FS 25 2021. The Council receives the report dated August 9, 2021 for information purposes. Same kind of thing. Any questions, members of Council? This is a standard report? No? Okay, next one, Virtual City Hall, Report FS 27 2021. The Council receives Report FS 27 2021 dated August 9, 2021 and approves the implementation of the Virtual Hall module from Great Plains despite its unilingual platform. Questions, comments, members of Council? Councillor Tarnowski.
So this would improve the service that we're offering our residents, but it would only be in English. We are proposing to add some workarounds, like in-house workarounds, like instructional videos and so on, to use the service. And so the decision is either we go with this unilingual one or we try to find something else. Is that correct?
Monsieur Godin?
Through Mr. Mayor. So yes, that's correct. And the reason we haven't right off the bat looked at all other potential or possibilities, Virtual City Hall is an existing module from our current financial software, Great Plains. So it's already integrated, it's already built in. It's really just to activate a module that we don't own, but that's available to us. And you have seen in our bi-yearly reports that term mentioned a lot of times, Virtual City Hall. We've been working hard with them. We've been trying to get to help them to get the platform bilingual. We've offered to translate every wording for them and to incorporate it, but programming issues and whatnot, it really is. It comes to a point where we've kind of accepted that no, okay, it's not possible for now. They have said that maybe down the line it could be. It doesn't seem to be a high priority for them. So at this point in time, we're here to see council to see, okay, do we activate it? Like you said, with some workarounds, with some help that we can provide for our French-speaking residents, which would in fact increase the level of service for both the English and the French, although more for one language than the other. Or do we go back to the drawing table, go out to RFP in a situation where it would probably be much more costly, a lot more work involved, and some potential compatibility issues. Even if we do find a software that maybe does work with Great Plains for now, we know software is update. There can be some updates that break links, more risks, but at the end of the day, we understand as well the importance of the bilingualism in our community. So we felt that before moving forward, we had to come to council to make you aware of this and to obtain direction.
Okay, thank you very much, Monsieur Godin. Monsieur Leduc.
Yeah, reason why I did approve this report to be presented to council is because the module is a technology that will get to a document, but all our township documents are bilingual. So the individual getting his copy of an invoice or an account, that will be in both languages. This technology is the vehicle to get to the document. So that's why I was ready to accept to discuss this, because the end result will be a bilingual document once they get there. It's just a matter of getting them to click this, click that, and then you'll get your monthly statement in both official languages.
Okay, thank you very much. Conseil Brisson, and then back to Councillor Tarnowski.
Oui, c'est à savoir, comme avec ce programme-là, pour commencer, de combien d'argent qu'il parlait pour l'avoir, parce que là, vous parliez qu'on ne l'avait pas, il fallait l'acheter. Puis comme comparé à qu'est-ce que ça peut saver en termes, quoi que ce soit comme mode l'utilisation.
Oui, so through Ms. Mayor. Donc oui, on parle d'un logiciel comme un module qui coûterait environ 10 000 $ pour l'implémentation. La licence annuelle, je pense, si je me trompe pas, c'est en bas de 2 000 $ par année. Donc c'est des frais qui sont déjà inclus au projet, au budget capital aussi. Par rapport aux économies, c'est certain que ça va économiser du temps pour les employés par rapport à répondre aux questions puis à renvoyer des factures, des choses comme ça. Mais aussi, c'est peut-être du temps aussi pour certains résidents. Au lieu d'appeler pour avoir des informations, ben, au lieu de venir à l'hôtel de ville puis devoir payer pour faire réimprimer leur facture, ils ont tout ça disponible avec eux à leur ordi, ils peuvent la réimprimer ou ils peuvent la consulter quand ils veulent. Donc, pour répondre à ta question, en gros, c'est un logiciel qui est d'environ 10 000 $, puis des frais de licence un petit peu annuels d'un petit peu moins que 2 000.
OK, merci.
OK, d'autres questions? Councillor Tarnowski?
Alors, M. Godin, on s'entend, il y aurait des économies. On augmenterait le niveau de service pour nos résidents. Et les résidents, disons, qui parlent français seulement, qui ne comprennent pas les instructions, ils peuvent quand même appeler et se faire diriger. Fait que là, ça va être disponible pareil. Puis une fois rendu à leur rapport, si, mettons, moi, je veux savoir combien j'ai dépensé en eau dans les 5 dernières années, disons, ce rapport-là, il va être en français.
Through Ms. Mayor. Donc oui, tous les documents qui vont être sur le site, que les résidents vont pouvoir télécharger, c'est les documents qu'ils reçoivent déjà, soit par courriel ou par la poste. Donc les documents qui sont habitués à consulter, c'est ça qui va être disponible.
Merci.
D'autres questions, membres du conseil? Any other questions on this one? If not, we'll move on to the next item. Item J, Fireworks Bylaw, Report PIC 03-2021. The Council receives Report PIC 03-2021, dated August 9, 2021, and approves as recommended in this report. 1, the proposed bylaw to prohibit and regulate the sale and discharge of fireworks in the Township of Russell, and 2, the proposed bylaw to amend Schedule A2 to the Fees and Charges Bylaw 2020-130. I'll just ask that this item be separated from the consent items at this point. I have some direction that I might suggest. Questions, comments on this fireworks bylaw? Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, I guess I've been trying to wrap my head around this, around the wording of the recommendation. So the proposed bylaw to prohibit and regulate the sale and discharge of fireworks in the township. Are we prohibiting or are we regulating? Like it seems to be countering the wording. It seems to be counterproductive to what we're trying to do, I think. Unless I'm just reading it weird.
I think in the report there's 3 categories of fireworks, and that's why some are regulated and some are prohibited. Madame Bordeaux, can you clarify that?
Yes, there are certain, sorry, my camera doesn't work, just to clarify. There are certain items that are prohibited, such as lanterns and stuff like that they use for special events, or there are types of items that are prohibited, and that's after consulting with both our fire departments and reviewing bylaws from other municipalities. We kind of went along the same lines. So some stuff is prohibited. Some fireworks are allowed, but if you go through the bylaw, you'll see that the allowed fireworks for a residential property are much smaller than what we've been seeing in the past few years. The other types of fireworks, the display fireworks and the special effects fireworks, they are licensed. They will need to be licensed. So a permit will have to be issued.
So, and then yeah, I've read through it, and I see all the information, and obviously we can talk more about it because it's going to be pulled out separately. But the word prohibit in the context where it is there and at the top of the actual bylaw, would the word restrict not be a better word there, because it's confusing? And I know further down you're actually prohibiting the activity for those certain things, but I just find that word is kind of, it just doesn't, to me, it doesn't fit there.
Okay, that can be pulled. My suggestion for this one is that fireworks are recreational in nature. I think that I would suggest that we send this to the PRAC committee just to get their thoughts on what's being recommended. I know that it might involve an extra month or 2 before this gets approved, but I know that we had members of the committee on social media during Canada Day making comments about how there should be permits and this kind of stuff. So I know they have some willingness to share that information. So I'm just going to suggest that we let PRAC have a look at it and get an answer from them. If there's any other questions or comments to that. Councillor Tarnowski, Conseil Brisson, Councillor Lorrain.
We have a meeting coming up next week, so with the timing is good, we can certainly do that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Conseiller Brisson.
Oui, disons que je vois pas vraiment comment ça allait au PRAC, parce que c'est vraiment les feux d'artifice, la plupart, c'est sur le personnel qu'ils font. C'est pas directement comme une activité pour parc. Fait que je vois pas vraiment l'utilité d'aller au PRAC, personnellement. L'autre question que j'aurais, c'est pour Madame Bourdeau. Mais pour les deux, comme ceux, là, les gros feux d'artifice, là, que ça prend les déclenchements, tout ça, il n'y a pas déjà un permis qui est obligé d'avoir?
Oui, ils ont besoin. Oh, excusez.
C'est beau. Allez-y.
Oui, ils ont besoin d'un permis pour. Ils ont besoin d'une personne qui est licenciée pour commencer.
Mais ça, c'est déjà établi comme c'est là. Ce règlement-là ne changera rien pour les deux types-là de fireworks.
Il faut quand même qu'il y ait une personne qui est certifiée comme un display supervisor. Il faut quand même que tu suives les règlements provinciaux. Donc,
c'est ça, mais...
Vas-y.
Non, mais ça fait qu'il l'a déjà dans les bylaws qu'on a comme c'est là pour ces deux-là, parce que c'est déréglementé à province, c'est ça?
Il y a déjà des règlements qu'il faut qu'ils suivent, oui. Parce que c'est des explosifs.
Mm-hmm. Puis quand dans le règlement, ça dit proposer à interdire et réglementer la vente, mais comme il y a vente, on peut en vendre au Rona, mais ils peuvent les acheter partout. Ça fait que c'est pour ça que je ne vois pas pourquoi tu réglementes la vente. Le déclenchement, je peux comprendre. Mais l'autre, c'est juste ça que j'ai dit comment qu'on vient à bout de contrôler. Dedans.
Monsieur le maire?
Oui.
La section 4, qui est intitulée Sales of Fireworks, réglemente seulement que la vente ne peut pas être faite à quelqu'un de moins de 18 ans.
OK. Mais ça l'est déjà ou?
Non, ça c'est qu'est-ce que nous on demande.
OK, carrément. Parce que je sais que c'est tout le temps dur à réglementer parce que, comme il a dit, par le temps que quelqu'un fait des fireworks qui sont rapportés et tout ça, fait que c'est juste ça peut être dur à réglementer.
Oui, définitivement, it's a hard bylaw to enforce. unless you actually see them or have witnesses seeing an individual set them off, it can be very tricky. Somebody else had a comment. No? Conseil Line?
No, so just a confirmation, because I know I've had a few people asking me this in the past. So under section 5, consumer fireworks. So as long as I'm doing them in my own backyard on the specific dates that are there, and I'm following the guidelines that are set out in section 5, I am allowed to have fireworks?
Yes.
Okay.
I think the tricky part is that everything that goes up must come down on your property in the guidelines. And in a residential area, that can be very difficult. If you've got a couple acres of land, it's probably a lot easier, but in a subdivision, the wind blowing, chances are you're not containing that to your own property.
And then it would be for someone, either bylaw or somebody to report that, and that person would then be fined under the bylaw.
Is that correct, Madame Bordeaux?
Yes.
Okay. So they take,
Mr. Mayor, if you look at section definition under fireworks, the definition B, it says consumer fireworks. So it states what they're allowed to use on residential properties. And the issues why this was brought up, as you know, is we receive a lot of complaints, and there's been damage to township property and also private property where it falls into pools, it falls into cedars, it falls in people are concerned with fire and etc. And we had more complaints last weekend. It was just a regular weekend, but there were still people setting off fireworks. So it's to prevent any issues with the risk of fire, and especially with the dryness, and so.
Yep. Great. Councillor Saucier, you had a question or a comment?
Actually, you pretty well stated it, Mr. Mayor, and also Councillor Laurent's question as well. But you know, I just said it would be complaint based, and I know people had said they were falling on their roof and they were concerned, and also some people's pets just absolutely go ballistic, you know. So that's things I've been hearing.
Great, thank you very much. T'avais-tu quelque chose à ajouter, conseiller Brisson?
No.
No, this will be voted on separately anyways, and I'll make the recommendation to throw it prac. If not, then we'll vote on it tonight either way. Okay, next item, prochain item. Item K, demande d'exemption au règlement sur le bruit, rapport PIC 09-2021. Que le Conseil reçoit le rapport PIC 09-2021 en date du 9 août 2021 et approuve tel que recommandé dans ce rapport la demande d'exemption au règlement sur le bruit pour le Russell Fair le vendredi 20 août et le samedi 21 août de 23h à 1h du matin pour du divertissement musical extérieur. Pretty standard request. They come back every year. They want to hold a little bit music later than it's permitted, so it's just an exemption. Any questions, members of council? If not, anything to add from the administration? If not,
no. Perfect.
We'll move on to the next item. Item L, Servicing 417 Industrial Park Update Report ISWAT WW 05-2021. The council receives report ISWAT WW 05-2021 dated August 9, 2021, and give directions concerning the need for a vote or not by the owners, any other conditions as to how to proceed with the public meeting for the owners. I'll let Monsieur Bourgon start on this one.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, le projet de la conception de l'eau et des égouts pour le parc industriel 417 va de l'avant, ça va bien. On a pris quelques semaines de retard par rapport à nos chantiers initiaux, mais on est quand même, on s'approche, on est en train de réviser nos dessins de 60%, donc le 90% là, va être disponible par la fin du mois, ce qui veut aussi dire que nous allons avoir nos estimés de coûts de construction révisés. So once we do receive our revised construction cost estimate, we'll be able to meet the property owners of the industrial park to present them the project, the revised cost estimate, and as well as the proposed timeline. So we want to collect feedback from the owners, for property owners, and then come back in front of council with a revised financial plan, and from there to get direction to proceed or not with the tender process. So if we do proceed with the tender process, then we'll come back in front of council, readjust our financial plan based on now the construction, the real cost or the tender price. And if, again, if council gives us the direction to do that, to do so, we could go back to the property owner and readjust the pricing. But that's the type of direction that we're looking for council. That's the approach that we do when we do residential projects. But before we do we proceed with consultation, we just want to make sure with council that there's any special requirement or things that council would like to get the feedback on.
Okay, thank you very much, Monsieur Bourgon. Conseiller Brisson?
C'est ça, comme quand que je lis la demande, c'est d'avoir un vote ou pas. Selon moi, ça serait essentiel, la prochaine étape, de savoir est-ce que les propriétaires actuels sont pour, savoir aussi est-ce que, comme dans le vieux parc, le sont, dans le nœud, puis savoir est-ce qu'ils sont intéressés à juste avoir l'eau, ça serait une option, ou les deux services. Parce que là, si je veux savoir, avec le rapport qu'il y a comme c'est là ou qui est en train de finaliser, vous allez avoir une meilleure idée pour les prix, pour combien que ça va leur coûter de l'AUC pour être desservi. C'est ça?
Oui, exactement. Donc, on va avoir présentement les prix qu'on a, ça date quand même de quelques années. Donc, une fois qu'on atteint la les 290% le compléter, on va avoir des coûts beaucoup plus justes. Donc, on va être capable de leur présenter ce coût de construction-là. Puis, si le conseil nous donne la direction, ben oui, on peut demander, on peut vous présenter par différentes régions. Vous avez fait référence aux nouvelles sections ou la section qui est plus vieille ou qui est là depuis plus longtemps. Donc, c'est toutes des choses qui pourraient être présentées au conseil.
Mais ça serait les coûts avant de faire de soumission, là, parce que ça ne nous engagerait à rien comme c'est là. C'est juste faire ça pour pas faire voir que ça serait avant soumission qu'il y ait le vote avec les coûts approximatifs qu'on a. Puis c'est comme il dit, avoir l'option aussi de savoir si on peut avoir juste l'eau aussi, combien que ça coûterait.
OK. Ben, pour clarifier, c'est le conseil qui va décider s'il y a un vote ou non. So, c'est ça le point de la discussion ce soir. Toi, tu as dit que tu aimerais avoir un vote. So on va
Définitivement, oui.
On va laisser les autres membres du conseil parler. Councillor Tarnowski?
Moi, j'aurais une question probablement à Mme Tremblay. Ça serait, il me semble, si je me rappelle bien, que sur les contrats de vente en ce moment, qu'on dit aux nouveaux propriétaires quand ils achètent un parcel of land that they are expected, that they will be expected to take the water sewer. I just want to confirm that that's accurate. And then if that is accurate, then since when have we been doing that? And if it's at all possible, and I wouldn't expect to have that information right now today, but if it's at all possible to find out in the totality of acres that we have there, what percentage of acres are on land that the owners in their contract already agreed to pay for water and sewer, if that's the case, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Tarnowski. I'm not sure, Monsieur Bourgault, Madame Tremblay, do we have some information for that?
Monsieur le maire, présentement, je n'ai pas l'information exacte avec moi. Je sais qu'il y a, quand on fait référence à la section qui est plus vieille ou qui date déjà de plusieurs années, donc on pense à la rue Clément, par exemple, mais eux, c'est des terrains qui n'ont aucun contrôle, où il n'y a pas eu de vente. Pour ce qui est des nouveaux terrains, Mme Tremblay devrait, si elle peut confirmer là, que les nouveaux terrains, à partir de quel moment là, que ces clauses-là ont été mises en place?
Madame Tremblay?
Rebonsoir. Donc, c'est depuis 2014 que dans les contrats d'achat, on oblige les nouveaux propriétaires de se connecter une fois que les services vont devenir disponibles. Comme référence, c'est à partir de la flèche dans la transfer station vers l'ouest. Toutes les propriétés de ça, c'est à partir de ce moment-là où dans les contrats, on est obligé de se connecter. Tout ce qui est à l'est, qui est considéré la partie de la phase 1 à 2 de l'ancien parc, donc à l'est de la flèche, c'est pas inclus dans leur contrat d'achat.
Peux-tu clarifier là-dessus, Madame Tremblay? Si on regarde big picture, tout le terrain qu'on plane dans le futur, là, pourrais-tu mettre un pourcentage phase 1 puis 2, ça représente combien sur toute l'envergure du projet? On parle-tu du 25% amount of acres ou on parle 50% qui ne sont pas attachés? Ou je ne sais pas si tu as une idée vite faite.
Oui, Monsieur Maire, ce serait facile de le calculer, mais je pense que toute l'information était dans le plan financier qu'on avait présenté aux membres du conseil. Donc, je pense que ce serait facile de repérer cette information-là dans le rapport de Emerson qui proposait, là, selon les phases futures, selon les phases existantes, combien de ancrage considérait chacune des phases. Donc, ce serait facile de retrouver l'information.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. D'autres questions, membres du conseil? From my perspective, Monsieur Bourgon, I'm fine with you going to talk to property owners. When you do decide to present something to property owners, please make sure that you share that information with council, because the chances are is that soon as you're done presentation, we're probably getting phone calls. So it would be nice to know what you're presenting. At this point in time, if I remember well, the report that Madame Tremblay is referencing, the vast majority of the land in the industrial park through contracts that are signed or to be signed, will be engaging themselves. So I'm not looking at a vote at this point in time. I appreciate the feedback when it comes to financing and possibilities. But I remember having this discussion back in, Councillor Lorrain can remind me, but I think it was like 2011, 2012 when we had some information at that point in time, roughly when Mayor JP was there, and I remember having those discussions then as well. So I'm looking for feedback, but I'm not looking for a specific vote, specifically because we've asked all these owners in their contracts. And are we going to turn around and let them out of their contracts by saying, oh, you can vote no now? No, we put this in their contract for a reason, so that if we're bringing services, they have a responsibility to pay their fair share. So any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Lorrain and then Councillor Brisson.
Yeah, I just have one. So who would actually go and make these or have these discussions? Is it infrastructure services? Is it EcoDev? Is it a combination, seeing as how EcoDev have it in the contracts? Like, I'm trying to determine the relationship aspect, like, and who's the point person or persons that should be involved in those discussions?
Monsieur Leduc, my first impression is that infrastructure services, if we compare to what we've done in the past with residential properties.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, at this time, I would say that would be the infrastructure department leading the information, since it's more technical, more cost oriented, and more work oriented. Now, obviously, I'm sure the department would count on EcoDev to support there regarding any contractual questions, but that should be only lead to 1 or 2 questions out of the whole session. Most of the other questions will be more technical and more when, how, and even finance. Are we going to get some financing or not? So. Those kind of questions would involve Mr. Godin and Mrs. Tremblay to be attending that meeting in case these leads to that area.
Okay, thank you very much. Conseil Brisson.
Je sais que vous avez mentionné comme quoi que c'est pas un gros pourcentage, mais j'aimerais quand même avoir personnellement une idée, parce que surtout savoir aussi est-ce qu'on va leur imposer qui se connectent, ceux dans la phase 1 et 2, qui se connectent après, quand il y en a certains qui ont un 10 acres, puis ils ont juste une petite chambre de bain pour une petite office. Puis est-ce qu'ils sont pour? Et puis voir, est-ce qu'on leur offre la possibilité d'avoir un clou ou avoir les 2 services? Parce que ça fait quand même une différence avant de tout amener.
OK, merci beaucoup. Monsieur Bourgon. Ça, la possibilité de l'eau seulement, ça, c'est quelque chose que vous regardez dans votre rapport ou potentiellement à l'ARFP, ou c'est comment vous alignez avec cette option-là?
Merci, M. le maire. Donc, présentement, on fait vraiment la conception des 2 services pour servir le parc entier. Oui,
parce que si je me rappelle bien, tu ne vas pas commencer à diviser des lots à cause de l'amener de l'eau. Tu ne vas pas dans une position pour diviser ton lot ou agrandir ton terrain. C'est vraiment l'aspect qu'en enlevant les septic systems, les holding ponds, ces choses-là, qui permettent de plus d'intensification sur ces lots-là, c'est ça?
Ça serait un des critères, oui. Donc, présentement, comme mentionné, là, on fait vraiment la conception d'apporter les 2 services. Puis, c'est le prix des 2 types d'infrastructures qu'on va présenter aux différents propriétaires.
Oui. Puis, je pense un des points à se rappeler aussi, c'est que le prix de vente qu'on vend nos terrains depuis 2014 prend en considération que le monde, on le vendait à ce prix-là à cause il était pour payer pour des services dans le futur. Si on n'était pas pour amener des services dans le futur, on aurait vendu beaucoup plus cher que ce qu'on vendait dernièrement. Quelque chose à ajouter, M. Leduc?
Monsieur le maire, je voulais seulement dire que le servicing n'impacte pas seulement les propriétés municipales, mais ça aussi impacte d'autres propriétaires de propriétés environnantes du parc. Dans certains cas, les 2 services amènent des révisions de zonage qui va permettre différentes utilisations. Donc, je suis pas trop sûr qu'on est prêt tout de suite à dire oui ou non à un service, sachant pas l'impact que ça pourrait avoir sur le commercial, highway commercial ou autre chose qu'on n'a pas présentement qui pourrait se faire développer là, avec les deux services. Donc, pour l'instant, on a toujours eu la direction d'aller avec les deux services. Je pense qu'on procède avec ça. Le feedback des résidents, sans avoir un vote nécessairement, on aura un rapport qui va dire au conseil, ben, voici le feedback qu'on a, ils n'en veulent pas ou ils en veulent un. Mais comme vous avez dit, M. le maire, je suis pas de votre position que s'il y a une obligation contractuelle, il ne faudrait pas les permettre facilement de sortir de ça en disant moi, je ne suis pas d'accord, puis on recule. Là. Il y a quand même eu des négociations, puis le prix de vente tenait compte de ça au départ.
OK. Merci beaucoup. Conseiller Brisson.
Juste une question que j'ai eue aussi d'autres propriétaires. Pour le tracé, comme c'est là, pour les PIP, je sais que disait dans le rapport, ça disait que c'était tout du terrain qu'on avait déjà de right-of-way, mais qu'il y en a que ça appartient déjà à des propriétaires. C'est quoi les ententes ou comment c'est négocié quand c'est déjà des terrains privés pour pouvoir passer? Est-ce que ça peut faire une embûche ou quoi?
Monsieur Bourgon, les négociations qu'il faut qu'il se passe?
Merci, monsieur le maire. Donc oui, il y a certains terrains qui vont nécessiter des discussions, des négociations avec les propriétaires afin d'acquérir des droits de passage. Mais pour ces éléments-là, je vais devoir revenir au conseil puis pour pouvoir traiter là, ces cas spécifiques-là de façon séparée.
OK, merci beaucoup. D'autres questions? Other questions, members of council? If we have none, we'll move on to the next item. Okay, next item, item M, festival license for a special event with alcoholic beverage, report PR 15-2021. Request from the Russell Agricultural Society for the Russell Fair. The council receives report PR 15-2021 dated August 9, 2021 and supports the request by the Russell Agricultural Society for a public event special occasion permit liquor license for the annual Russell Fair being held from August 20th to the 22nd, 2021. Pretty standard stuff. Any questions, members of council? Councillor Tarnowski?
I would just say that it is normally pretty standard stuff, but it's really nice to see this year, to see these requests coming out, and I'm very hopeful to see this moving forward. It's exciting.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup. Quelque chose d'autre à ajouter, Madame Guittard?
Non, merci, Monsieur le maire.
Parfait, merci. Allez au prochain step. Processus pour soumettre une question aux électeurs sur le bulletin de vote, rapport CL 06-2021. Que le Conseil reçoit le rapport CL 06-2021 daté du 9 août 2021 à titre d'information et fournit des directives supplémentaires à la greffière municipale. Questions, commentaires, questions, comments, members of council on this item? This is, the clerk is looking for direction in regards to potentially having a question on the ballot. I don't have any questions on the ballot at this point in time. I'm not sure. Madame Caméré-Laflamme, tu veux-tu en parler un petit peu?
Hi, Mr. Mayor and councillors. So this was a request from the last meetings on the HCD.
Right.
And it's council that asked to have information on the question on the ballot for the dates and how it would be working. And so that's what was added in this report, mostly with the sections of the act and the bylaws and the notices. But apart from that,
yeah, no, I think I appreciate that. That's me who had made that request at that last meeting, just so that we understood that possibly could be an option, just to educate council on what the process is if ever we want to have a question on the ballot. So this is very much an information and report. At this point in time, I'm not suggesting that we put anything on the ballot. I don't know if other members of council want to suggest something on the ballot, but if not, we'll just accept this as a information report and thank the clerk for the work. Everybody's good with that? Okay, perfect. Merci beaucoup, Madame Caméré-Laflamme. Next item is 2022, Section O, 2022 Municipal Elections, Voting Method and Service Agreement for the Supply of an Internet and Telephone Voting System, Report CL 07-2021. That council receives report CL 07-2022 there was a typo in the first, there's a typo there, 2021, dated August 9, 2021. And 1, approves the proposed bylaw authorizing the use of internet and telephone as alternative voting method during the 2022 municipal elections. And 2, approves the proposed bylaw authorizing the signature of an agreement with IntelliVote Systems, Inc. for the supply of the internet and telephone voting system for the 2022 municipal election. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Chinaski?
I'm going to apologize in advance in asking this question, but I need someone to explain to me the difference between option 1 and 2. And when I read it, I just, I'm not connecting, and I apologize for that.
So I believe option 2, correct me if I'm wrong, Madame Camille-Laflamme, is that we do not take the telephone option. We just take the internet option. Am I reading that properly?
Mr. Mayor, are you asking about 1 and 2 in the recommendation?
Or I believe, Councillor Chinaski, in the report you're referring to?
Yeah, so under financial implication, when we go to option 2, I'm not sure that I understand the difference between that and option 1.
So c'est un petit peu moins cher si on prend pas le téléphone, c'est juste si c'est juste l'internet, c'est ça?
There's a 5 cent difference.
Okay.
Fait que c'est juste 5 sous de différence.
Yes.
Per resident or per elector.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions, members of council? I think we've done this election method several times in the last well, it's got to be 3-4 elections now with a bylaw in there as well. Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that the recommendation is that we go with both.
Yes.
And you're just showing that under the financial implications that there could be a 5 cent per elector savings if we only went with internet, but that the actual recommendation is to go with both. Is that my understanding?
Madame Camille-Laflamme?
Yes, that is correct, since that's what council asked at the last meeting, so the recommendation is for both internet and telephone. I just added the information in case council wanted to change the voting method.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, I'll just state it here so it's easier. I'm not going to ask to have this excluded. You know, while I still maintain that we should have an in-person day to vote, where you put an X on a box on a ballot. I will still support this because I want to make sure that we have the ability to have people vote by telephone and internet and not just internet in case they don't know how to use it that way. And I understand that there's always that time frame where the elector can go into town hall and they can be assisted by voting by internet or by telephone. I understand all of that. I still wanted to see an in-person X on a piece of paper tabulator type of process, but seeing as how we've already had that vote 2 or 3 times during this council, I will not ask to have this separated, and I will vote in favor of having this process at this point in time.
Okay, thank you very much, Conseiller Laurent. Any other questions, Councillor Associé?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm just hoping that they've ironed out a couple of things. I remember in the last telephone vote, like it's still by a code, and you know, and I'll use myself as an example. I got ballots for my sons who no longer lived in my home, and you know, technically I could have called in their vote. So I'm just sort of concerned about that. If you know, if there is a, you know, say somebody's got 10 kids and then they're going to call in all the different codes, so then it's not too accurate. I
think Councillor Associé, it's up to the electorate as yourself. When you get those ballots, you notify the clerk and the township that that's the case, that they no longer live in the community. You know, there is that aspect to it, and I understand there's a worry there, but it also gives the flexibility of people who live here who aren't necessarily, you know, they could be vacationing and still have the opportunity to vote. You know?
No, I know the advantages. I mean, it's everybody loved just picking up the phone and, you know, it was so fast. and convenient. Yes, I appreciate that, but I was just bringing that up.
Thank you very much. If there's no further questions, nothing to add, Madame Camille, we can move on to the next item.
Okay, I have no further comments, Mr. Mayor.
Parfait, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
The next one is P, Programme d'avantages sociaux des employés des membres du conseil, rapport CAO 07-2021. Que le conseil reçoit le rapport CAO 07-2021 daté du 9 août 2021 et approuve le nouveau fournisseur du programme d'avantages sociaux proposé Desjardins Assurance. Questions, comments, members of council on this one? Councillor Tarnowski?
Looks like a great decision. I just need someone to explain to me what the rate cap piece is.
Monsieur Leduc?
Okay. So rate cap means that, let's say you're currently paying $100 for a fee for coverage, and then there'll be they say they will maintain that $100 cap for 2 years or 3 years. But if they were to exceed the cap, they're only allowed to go 20% or 30% or 10% or 15%, whatever they chose to identify in their RFP. And so that cap is going to help us keep the cost down and keep cost certainty, especially in the second and third year of the contract.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and thanks for shopping this.
Thank you. Quelque chose d'autre à ajouter, Monsieur Leduc?
C'est Mosey & Mosey, our consortium broker. I think municipalities participating in the consortium are benefiting from this service, and we see as a bigger group we get benefit from group savings, and this is a result of that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Conseiller Laurent?
When would this take effect if it was if it was approved?
Yeah, this will be in effect as of October 1st.
As of October 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? If not, we'll move on to the next item. Item Q, Accessibility Advisory Committee Recommendation 2021-02, Higher Accessibility Standards for Project in the Township of Russell. That council receives recommendation 2021-02 dated June 23rd, 21 from the Accessibility Advisory Committee with respect to implementing and enforcing higher accessibility standards on construction projects. Monsieur Conseiller Brisson, c'est ton comité. Tu veux-tu parler à cette suggestion-là?
Oui, je sais que c'est ça. Monsieur le maire puis monsieur des CEO ont participé à une réunion d'où il y avait eu des discussions avec monsieur Young sur les différents aspects des services pour les accès pour l'accessibilité. Puis c'était ça qui avait été dit, comme quoi que pour les normes, il y a des normes qui ont été mises, some norm that has been updated a bit higher for accessibility, and that's why the committee was just recommending that the municipality adopt those norms instead of the lower tiers, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, Councillor Tarnowski.
Sorry, I'm full of questions today, but I wanted to ask, I just need an explanation around the current standards that they're referring to. Are we stating that AODA standards cause risk to our residents' well-being? Like, are the standards not good enough? And to what level do we want to say that we have to increase them? Because I just need a little clarification on that.
It doesn't really need say that they're at risk. It's just that, for example, it's like for the sidewalk that I'm sure that you've seen on the main road now that the United Counties have done, put some plate at for the blind coming down, because they say that just the line was not as good as those plates. So just to have those kind of norm update a bit so that it's easier for the accessibility.
Okay. Conseiller Laurent?
Yeah, my question would be, under the Planning Act or the provincial policy statements, we have different criteria where the developers have minimum requirements, and we've seen some of them with the size of the accessible parking as an example, stuff like that. So do we actually have the ability to impose stricter guidelines than minimum standards?
Thank you, Conseil. Madame Tremblay.
That's what I'm asking.
Yep.
Sorry.
Madame Tremblay.
So the current applicable regulation that we have and that we put in place in our proposed new development at the moment are the ones that are included in the zoning bylaw. So they are the same as AODA. However, there's more in the AODA that is actually included in our zoning. So we're not more restrictive or less. It's the same specification. However, there's a lot more that are not included in the zoning that we don't apply. I don't know if that makes sense.
So we would have to add stricter regulations in the zoning bylaw to enforce any additional measures from an accessibility standpoint, unless we're saying pretty please to the developer. Is that essentially the answer there?
Madame Tremblay.
So through Mr. Mayor, we're looking at revamping our zoning bylaw. So this is something that will probably come before the end of the year, and we're proposing to add some more specification and regulation into the zoning bylaw to kind of answer most of the questions. Are we going to include all of the AODA? Probably not. I just want to be upfront, but there's a lot at the moment, but we'll probably have more. There's other options as well. If we look at the City of Ottawa, they have a AODA policy standard on above the zoning bylaw. So there's different ways of approaching the situation depending on where council wants to go with this.
Okay, thank you very much, Madame Tremblay. So basically, this recommendation is only to be received, and that the committee is making council aware that they're looking for higher standards in the community. As Madame Tremblay stated, we're redoing the zoning bylaw. They're looking at adding changes there. And when we do the zoning bylaw, that'll be a public document. Individuals like Mr. Young will be able to make comments on that zoning bylaw stuff forward, and the committee will be able to review it as well. Madame Tremblay?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to precise that the zoning bylaw is only on private property, so new development, but everything for sidewalk would be for Mr. Bourgon to look after in a different document, because in the zoning bylaw, we don't regulate the size and the AODA standard for sidewalk, for example, or municipal infrastructure.
Okay.
So that would be completely different.
Right. So from a administrative point of view, any department, infrastructure, parks and recreation, for example, that looks at AODA standards, the committee is recommended that we look at higher standards. So I guess it'll be at that point in time, Monsieur Leduc, when there's projects being discussed that come to the council level, there might be recommendations from an accessibility point stating this is the minimum standard, and these are potential options. How and a recommendation from staff which option should move ahead, and then the committee could make their comments, or the public could make their comments saying yes, it's enough, or no, it's not enough, like any other project, and we'll debate it at council at that point in time. Am I reading that properly?
I would say so, and I think that chart that would show you what could be considered in addition. Well, then council will be aware of it, and then council can make a particular decision if they want to proceed on that or not. But the zoning bylaw amendment will be coming forward, and again, we'll be discussing with Mr. Bourgon and Mrs. Guitar if any other bylaws need to be reviewed at the same time. So this will all come to a bunch in front of council, so we can coordinate that. So make your decisions easier by having the full picture in front of you when you see that. So we'll be discussing that detail and coordinate that review at the same time.
Yeah, and I think from an administrative point of view and a future council point of view, this will probably be part of a strategic planning discussion in regards to what level of service we're looking to provide when it comes to accessibility. So okay, merci beaucoup. So I think there's a few for accessibility. The next one are The council receives recommendation 2021-03 dated June 23rd, 2021 from the advisory committee with respect to the imposition of an accessibility review for new developments. So if we bring that one, this, Madame Guittard, I think that, or excuse, pas Madame Guittard, Madame Tremblay, I think this was discussed at one of the meetings, and this came into effect in regards to, you know, projects are often approved, you know, it could be years and years and years from the start of a project when it's approved to actual implementation. And they're suggesting that there should be a clause in there that if accessibility standards change during that time, after a certain period of time, they should meet new accessibility standards. Can you comment on that, Madame Tremblay? Because I know from a building perspective, we've seen projects, I can think of a commercial project in the industrial park where, you know, when it was started, it was one level for a ramp, and you know, by the time they built the level, it changed, and there was some work that needed to be done. C'est-tu quelque chose qu'on peut faire, ça, mettre une clause dans ces contrats-là?
Je pense que la question, si je me souviens bien, quand j'ai participé au comité d'accessibilité, puis les questions qui avaient été posées, c'était plus au niveau des plans de subdivision. Donc, au niveau des plans de subdivision, quand on fait les réunions publiques, par le temps qu'on fait les réunions publiques pour qu'on approuve l'ébauche de plans de lotissement, ça peut prendre de 3 à 5 ans avant qu'on voit même un premier bâtiment de construit. Fait que c'est cette période de temps-là, une fois que la condition de l'ébauche a été approuvée, si ça prend plus que 3 à 5 ans, parce que des fois, ils demandent des extensions de conditions d'ébauche, fait que ça peut prendre des fois plus longtemps. Fait que les standards peuvent changer entre le temps où l'ébauche de plans de lotissement puis les plans de servicing ont été approuvés et la construction physique du trottoir. Je sais qu'on en avait parlé, moi et M. Bourgon, pour voir comment on était pour gérer la situation. Pour être honnête, c'est des choses qui avant arrivaient, mais maintenant, on ne voit plus que ça prend des 5 à 7 ans avant de voir un plan de subdivision, puis avant de voir ça va beaucoup plus vite. Mais je pense que ce serait peut-être quelque chose dans les libellés de l'ébauche, de dire que les trottoirs doivent être construits au standard de quand le trottoir est construit. Fait qu'il va falloir, moi puis M. Bourgon, qu'on s'assoie puis qu'on regarde un libellé là, qui pourrait être légalement accepté au niveau de l'ébauche du plan de lotissement.
Ça, ou si jamais il y a un projet qui prend beaucoup plus de temps, when it comes for an extension, that could be a clause that's added for, you know, to grant the exception that, you know, that whatever works need to meet current standards will be in effect. So there's a role for council to impose that, if you will, at that time as well. So it's I'll just read the resolution. Whereas accessibility standards may change from when a project plan is approved to when construction begins, resulting in the final project not meeting current accessibility standards. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Accessibility Advisory Committee recommends to Council that the Building and Planning Department impose via bylaw a maximum time period of 3 years between planning and construction phases. Be it resolved that once the time has passed, the Building and Planning Department requires developers to review their site plan and regards to accessibility standards and make any necessary adjustments to meet present standards. Again, at this point in time, it's to receive the document. I think from a planning perspective, infrastructure perspective, you guys have to work on how you, because I don't think that's the proper way to implement it via bylaw. Madame Tremblay ou Monsieur Leduc, je ne sais pas si vous avez quelque chose à ajouter.
Juste si je peux commencer, Monsieur le maire, au niveau du Planning Act, c'est déjà régi le temps de l'ébauche de plan de lotissement versus. C'est pour ça que souvent les membres du conseil, vous allez voir une demande d'extension parce que le Planning Act dit qu'avant de remplir les conditions d'une ébauche, c'est un maximum de 3 ans, puis après ça, on doit demander une extension. Fait que c'est déjà régi dans la loi sur l'aménagement du territoire. Fait qu'à ce moment-là, il faudrait que la résolution soit plus spécifique au niveau des plans de subdivision et non des site plans. Donc, ce n'est pas un plan d'implantation, mais c'est un plan de subdivision. Puis, le Planning Act régit déjà ce timing-là de l'ébauche.
OK. Monsieur conseiller Brisson, voulais-tu ajouter quelque chose?
Non, comme je dis, c'était juste pour mentionner que le wording, on n'est pas des professionnels là-dedans. C'était juste que quand il y avait eu la rencontre, il avait été dit ça, comme quoi que souvent les standards peuvent changer. Ça fait qu'on laisse aux professionnels, Dominique puis Jonathan, le wording, mais c'est juste pour l'amener conscient que des fois les normes peuvent changer, de faire ceux qui sont update avec les normes.
OK, parfait. Monsieur Leduc, quelque chose à ajouter?
Oui, bien, M. le maire, on a une politique d'accessibilité qui est due pour être révisée. So we'll have a look at what is tied to that accessibility policy, which needs to be updated right now. So if there are things to look up there, we'll make some recommendations to council in a future report regarding that. But that's one thing we can do also.
Okay, parfait. Merci beaucoup. Other questions, members of council? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next one. Item S, that council receives recommendation 2021-04 dated June 23rd, 2021 from the Accessibility Advisory Committee with respect to prioritizing access to community mailboxes. I think that came from the same meeting to have those discussions. Quelque chose à ajouter là-dessus, conseiller Brisson?
C'est juste que l'exemple frappant qu'il y avait, c'était les boîtes postales sur Renoir, que pour aller sur la piste qui s'en va au projet Cloutier, ben, il y a vraiment un gros step avec leur bord du chemin que quelqu'un avec une chaise roulante avait de la misère. Fait qu'on a dit, ben, faites sûr de prioriser les accès aux boîtes à mal. Puis c'est pour ça qu'on a une autre résolution, la prochaine. C'est pour dire, parce que M. Bourgon nous a fait une présentation, ils ont dit, ben, le nombre d'accès comme aux traverses, puis aux trottoirs, comme ces choses-là, je ne me rappelle pas le nombre, là, mais c'était quelque chose comme une quarantaine, qu'on ne peut pas toutes les faire dans une année, mais c'est pour ça que la prochaine résolution, on demande d'augmenter un peu le budget pour accessibilité, pour pouvoir faire ces améliorations-là plus rapides.
OK, parfait, merci beaucoup. Monsieur Bourgon, tu es à Réunion, tu es au courant de la demande du comité. C'est quelque chose que tu gardes en tête quand tu regardes à faire tes planifications de projet?
Oui, merci, M. le maire. Donc, oui, effectivement, on est en préparation du budget 2022 présentement. Donc, c'est des choses qu'on garde en tête pour pouvoir présenter au conseil.
OK, parfait. Any questions, members of council on that one? No. Move on to the next one, same thing. Item T, that council receives recommendation 2021-05 dated June 23rd, 2021 from the Accessibility Advisory Committee with respect to the budget amount for improving accessibility in the township. Évidemment, ça va être, merci beaucoup pour la demande. That'll be something that'll be discussed at the budget session in regards, but it's definitely going to be presented with the budget. Conseiller Tarnowski?
I'd just like if we can get further information by budget time in terms of some of those recommendations, just a blanket increase, but what are some of the additional priorities that that should be considered? If the committee can pass that on, that'd be great information for us. Merci.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Conseiller Brisson?
C'est ça, je ne m'en rappelle pas par cœur, mais je sais que quand on a mis le 20 000, c'est que je pense que M. Bourgon va mentionner qu'il y avait un certain montant qu'il avait mis approximatif que ça pouvait coûter. Fait qu'on a dit, OK, ben ce montant-là, je n'ai pas les chiffres par cœur, mais je pense que ça donnait quelque chose comme 4 ou 5 places à améliorer avec les coûts que M. Bourgon nous avait donnés, mais on pourra vérifier ça au budget, oui.
OK, parfait. Merci beaucoup. Next section is...
Cindy.
Oh, excuse, Councillor Associate, go ahead.
Merci. I just saw a question on the community mailboxes. Would that not also be something that would have to be discussed with Canada Post? Making sure that, for instance, maybe a resident who has a disability has a bottom mailbox and that there's a slot that's low enough to mail a letter in the community boxes.
Mr. Bourgon, I believe at that meeting it was mentioned that the administration could possibly contact Canada Post to see if there's any participation level from their perspective. Not sure if you've had a chance to have those discussions or not yet.
We did have some discussion regarding that one specific location, and we're waiting an answer from them at this point.
Okay. And I think it's up, if ever Canada Post, if ever there was a resident that had a problem with reaching the slot, for example, I think it's up to them, because Canada Post isn't township run. It would be up to the individual contact Canada Post and share their concerns. All right. I think that's it. We'll move on to the next item, which is reports from an investigator and the ombudsman. 12, we have none. 13, avis de motion, on n'a pas. 14, période de questions, question period on meeting of the day. So I'll just go to the questions. So let's see. We have Charles Armstrong, 85 Castlebull Street. Item 10F in the pay list on page 1, second line and elsewhere. What is a refund W-S? Monsieur Godin?
Oui, merci, Monsieur Maire. So W-S stands for water and sewer. So refund W-S typically would be if somebody overpaid their utility bill, or if there was some adjustment for any reason, there'd be a refund that would be issued. We do see a few of those pretty much every month, so it's a common thing.
Yeah, it is common. I'll say it right now because I'm sure my name will pop up at one point in time. Is that I thought I was paying my MasterCard, and I actually noticed the next day that I had paid the township my water and sewer bill a considerable amount, so I had to request a refund in that case. So yeah, I think it happens quite often. Julianne Bankley, 151 Castor Street. So there is a HCD existing with smaller boundaries already. Why the extra cost consider going back? So clarify that, Mrs. Bankley. When we first hired the consultant, he evaluated a smaller HCD, but there was never an HCD that was implemented. It was just the area that they were looking to, and once they got public feedback, correct me if I'm wrong, Madame Tremblay, once we got community feedback and what they were looking for as far as things they wanted to protect, that's when the size of the HCD grew, because there was a lot of comments from outside the existing HCD. Is that correct, Madame Tremblay?
Yes, you're correct. So the full evaluation was not done based on the other proposal, but the full evaluation and the report was only done for the retained district. Right.
Okay. Perfect. Conseiller Laurent?
Yeah, wasn't there multiple districts that were shown at that first iteration that encompassed actually part of like this whole district that we were talking about, but there was a little piece here, little piece there, and I don't know, I think there was 5 or 6 different zones that were identified as mini districts. Is that accurate?
Madame Tremblay?
Yes, it is accurate, and on top of it, when those little section and pocket were determined based on the further evaluation, that's where it grew as well, because other historical or other green space or other elements were found. So that's why it grew a bit bigger than what originally was proposed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification. With no further questions, we will move on to the next item, which is resolutions. Motion that council approves all recommendations listed on the agenda under item 11, reports from departments, council committees. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table, and then we'll have an amendment to remove a few items. So Councillor Tarnowski, Conseiller Brisson, Madame Camille-Laflamme, can you remind me which ones we're pulling out? I know D for sure.
The only one that was mentioned, Mr. Mayor, is the 11G for the fireworks, PIC 03.
Yeah, and the 11D was, I stated it at the beginning when we made the amendment, changes to the agenda.
Okay.
Je dirais à elle aussi, parce que ça demande, c'est pas un oui ou un non, ça demande est-ce qu'on prend un vote ou si on ne prend pas, fait que ça, on ne veut pas le voter juste comme que c'est proposé comme c'est là.
So, tu veux sortir item L? C'est ça?
Je pense, ouais, parce que c'est pas marqué comme c'est là, ça dit donne ses directives concernant la chose, ça dit pas, il n'y a pas de directive déjà faite. Je vois pas de directive déjà faite toujours là.
Ben, on en a parlé, mais on peut sortir item L, il n'y a pas de trouble. So D, G, puis L. So I need need a mover and a seconder to remove those 3 items. So moved by Councillor Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. All in favor?
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosi, yes.
Perfect. So everything except D, G, and L is removed. So we will start off with item D, which is the Heritage District. Let me just.
Oh, hold on. Don't we vote on the original? Don't we vote on the original one now?
Oh, my apologies.
Vote
Sorry, I thought that's what we just did. We just did the amendment to remove the 3. I'll call for the vote to vote on everything except D, G, and L.
Mike Tarnowski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosi, yes.
Perfect. Everything is carried except D, G, and L. We will now go to item G, which is D is the proposed Heritage Conservation District Plan and Guidelines for part of the village of Russell. And if we can put on the screen exactly what the options were again, or what's being recommended. So the staff is recommending that we hold one. First step is a special council meeting, public consultation with council and staff and the consultant. After that, they're suggesting they will bring back a report for final approval or disapproval at following that meeting, and the creation of a heritage committee if we go in that direction.
So have to put it on the table first.
Yeah, so I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table. Moved by Councillor Saucier, seconded by Conseiller Brisson.
Jane Question, can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yeah, can I have a recorded vote? So so right now on the table is what's being recommended by staff. If there's no amendments to that, then we'll move on to something, then we can vote on it. If not, Councillor Tarnowski?
I just need clarification. So if I'm for, say, number 3, would we do that after the vote on this one, or should I be asking to consider this right now?
You have to make an amendment right at this point in time. If the other, we're voting on the staff recommendation, unless somebody wants to recommend, because once we approve the staff recommendation, you can't go to the other ones, right? So if you want to make an amendment, then you make an amendment. Councillor Tarnowski?
I'd like to propose an amendment to go for option number 3 to not approve any potential HCD plan and guidelines.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that option? Seconded by Conseiller Brisson. So call for a recorded vote on that. Questions before, if there's any questions. So there's no questions, and we'll call on the vote to cancel the HCD in its entirety without having to go to a special council meeting to hear what the public has to say on the matter in person. So I'll call for the vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosi, no.
And myself, no. So the HCD has been canceled effective immediately. So, you know, if at any future point in time, one of the 3 councillors wishes to bring it back, the procedural bylaw allows that. If not, might be a future council that decides to bring it back. I would like to take a moment. Excuse, Madame Caméré-Laflamme, tu as quelque chose à dire?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I think I missed a part. So were we dealing with the motion that was on the table at 11D or for the option 3?
So, item 11D, c'était qu'est-ce que le rapport du staff sur conservation. Councillor Tarnowski made an amendment to go with option 3 instead, yes, which is not to approve any potential HCD plan and guidelines. So that was moved by Councillor Tarnowski and seconded by Conseiller, I think it was Brisson. And then we held a recorded vote. So in doing so, they've essentially canceled the HCD. And my apologies, I wanted to give Monsieur Le Duc and Madame Tremblay an opportunity to speak before the actual vote. But technically option 3 is an amendment. So we still have to vote as amended. So we can still have conversation. So the amendment is carried. We'll still have to vote as amended. But Monsieur Le Duc, Madame Tremblay, did you have any thoughts or comments?
So, Madame du Conseil, I think every party involved here had an opportunity to say what they had to say about this, express their opinion and concerns. It was clear in the early discussions tonight which members or if the majority of council was in favor or not. So I was going to say back then, it's if you know clearly where you're standing, just ask for the vote and let's get it done. Let's get it done and over with. So I'm glad. Well, in a way, I'm glad in a way that this has been brought up and suggested for a decision, and it's now decided. So because I didn't want to waste neither staff resources, that we spent a lot of time on this. It's a lot of effort that's gone, but it's certainly that's democracy. And like you said earlier, some members of council, we now have all the information in front of us. Some we like, some we don't like, but still we had enough information to make a decision. So now it's decided. So that's all I wanted to say to council.
Okay, thank you very much, Monsieur Le Duc. I'm not sure if Madame Tremblay has anything to add. Go ahead if you have something to add, Madame Tremblay.
No, I'm. How can I say this? I'm sorry that I was not able to convince everybody on the members of council. Yeah, so.
Okay, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank you, your team. I know you, Alex, and staff worked very hard on it. Worked in conjunction with the consultants and delivered a very informative, very detailed package. But as Monsieur Le Duc stated, that's democracy. So we have majority of council voted. So that's it. That's all. Quelque chose à ajouter, Monsieur le Conseiller Brisson, and then we'll call for the final vote as amended.
C'est juste mentionner que comme je veux pas que Madame Tremblay prenne ça comme une défaite personnelle, parce que c'est pas parce qu'elle a pas fait sa job d'essayer de nous l'expliquer. Elle nous l'a expliqué, la firme nous l'a expliqué. C'est juste qu'on a pris en considération nos positions, tout ça, mais qu'en aucun temps que c'est parce qu'elle a pas fait sa job. Elle l'a très bien fait, puis je veux remercier Dominique pour ça. Don't feel bad about it. Ça fait partie des décisions. You win some, you lose some. Puis c'est juste ça que je voulais mentionner.
Okay, merci beaucoup. So the amendment is passed, so we'll call on it as amended. So I'll call for a registered vote again.
Mike Ternowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucy, no.
And myself, no. So it is the amendment carried and it's finally, and the HCD is now done. We'll move on to the next item, item G. C'était-tu G ou J, Madame Cameron? C'était J, excuse.
J.
C'est mon franglais qui est sorti. Item J. The fireworks bylaw report PIC 03-2021. Need a mover and a seconder to put on the table. Moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Conseiller Ternowski. I had made the suggestion that it goes to Parks and Rec for a quick review. If members of council want to make that suggestion, fine. If not, then we can just vote on it. Either way, it's fine with me. So do I have a mover to send it to Prac for a quick review? No? Okay, so then in that case, we have a mover and a seconder is on the table. I'll just call for the vote.
Mike Ternowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Saucy, yes.
Perfect. Item is carried. Go to item L, servicing the 417 Industrial Park. And that council receives a report ISWAT WW05-2021 dated August 9, 2021, and gives directions concerning the need for a vote or not by the owners and any other conditions as to how to proceed with the public meeting for the owners. I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table. I need Councillor Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Ternowski. I guess the first question that we can ask is, do we want to vote or not? We had that discussion. Conseiller Brisson is looking for a vote. I suggested that there be no vote. Monsieur Leduc indicated potential, since the majority of people have contracts stating that they're obliged, we don't want to get into a legal matter, but it's open for discussion in regards to the voting aspect. Conseiller Lorrain?
We say the majority have it in their contracts. However, what about the existing? Like, are they gonna be forced to join, and at whatever cost comes up? Or, like, I think there needs to be some sort of a consideration for the existing, and when I say existing, I mean pre-2014 people that were in the park long term.
Right. So based on what Monsieur Bourgon said, he'll have discussions with the property owners, give them preliminary estimates, then they'll come back to council, and then we will, depending on what's presented, we'll send it to tender. Once we have those tender prices, then we'll know exactly what the costs are and what the implication is. So that's when we can have more serious discussions in regards to, are we forcing people or not? Similar to when we do residential properties, are we moving ahead or not? But, I think it's having those conversations, not an actual voting mandate to make sure that we get everybody signing on the dotted line, whether they want to or not. But those are discussions I don't think we need to have at this point in time. Monsieur Bourgon, Monsieur Leduc.
Mr. Maire, well, at this point, we were just looking from council if a vote would be required, but our intention would be to bring any type of feedback. So as Councillor Lorrain mentioned regarding the existing or the older property owner, we can maybe have those feedbacks separate from the ones that have a specific clause in their contract. At least it may be just at least to show council the difference between all the different owners.
Okay, Monsieur Leduc, tu veux ajouter quelque chose?
Yeah, we just wanted to be clear with council. We were not looking specifically for a vote at this particular time. There's too many variables that may just change from now to the time they vote. But because we've heard from other files that council sometimes wishes to have an official vote before proceeding, that's why we just wanted to confirm if that was your position or not. But we were not necessarily looking for that. No.
Okay, merci, Councillor Lorrain.
So this will come back to council. So you're going to go have a discussion as township. So infrastructure services with finance and EcoDev in the background, go have a discussion with all these people, come back and report to us. And then from there, we will decide whether we're going to tender and whether that tender binds us or not. I think is going to be a discussion at the next meeting and moving forward that way. Is that what my understanding is of this? And right now we're just saying, no, we don't want to vote or a percentage approval rate at this point in time. That, that's something that can come out down the road.
Monsieur Leduc, Monsieur Bourgon, that's correct?
That's exactly a good summary of our intention.
Excellent. Okay, then I'm good. I'm good to proceed then.
Okay, conseiller Brisson.
C'est juste faire clair que quand il va y avoir les discussions, est-ce que ça va nous être amené de dire, comme dans la section, là, justement, avant 2014, sans qu'il y ait de vote directement, dire est-ce qu'ils sont complètement contre ou qu'ils sont pour, qu'on ait une idée, par exemple, avant de prendre un vote, parce que ça peut faire une différence?
Je pense qu'on va avoir, ça va être semblable à l'événement qui vient juste de se passer pour l'HCD. When those people aren't happy about it, we're going to hear about it.
En tout cas, c'est juste s'il y avait discussion, faire sûr que ça soit ramené pour qu'on ait une idée qu'est-ce qu'ils en pensent, eux autres. Là. Je ne peux pas être dans la tête de tous les autres, mais j'aimerais savoir qu'est-ce dans le vieux qu'ils sont. C'est bon.
Oui, okay. So on the voting aspect, we all understand where we're going. There's no need for a formal vote at this point in time. Any other conditions how to proceed with the public meeting in regards to financing or anything like that, Conseiller Lorrain?
Sorry, just confirming that we're going to receive the documentation that is presented or any information that's presented to the owners so that we have that information when, not if, when they contact us. So I'd just like to make sure that that's part of this as well. I know it's already been said yes. I don't know I don't believe that needs to be in here or anything like that, but I just like to know the information, that's all.
No, that's part of the direction that we're giving staff. One condition that I just might want to mention for those discussions, I know we've had this discussion previously in regards to residential projects, is what financing options, what are we giving? I know if I remember well, we've had the discussion on the residential side where, you know, we don't want to encourage people to use us as the bank, because obviously it uses our borrowing capacity for other projects. But you know, I don't want to prohibit anybody from being able to connect as well. So I know we've talked in the past on the residential side, banks are offering 2% while we're offering, 3 or 4% if the person doesn't want to go through the bank. But Monsieur Le Duc, were you looking for that type of discussion here this evening? If not, then we can skip it.
Yeah, we had that discussion, Mr. Bourgon and Mr. Godin and myself last week. This is not something we're looking for right now. We understand council has many big projects in consideration. Also, we are going to be asking a question: those who may require township financing assistance, because maybe somebody is at its max per bank financial institutions and may require to us our assistance if that's the case. So we will have them contact Mr. Bourgon just to let us know how many people could be in that position. If you only have to finance 3 people, we may offer financing. If we have to finance 30, 35, 40 businesses, that's a big financial engagement towards that. So we didn't want to go ahead and say we do offer financing at this point. We'll say if any one of you will have or will need some financial assistance, to let us know. Then that's kind of how we're going to be wording it. But we did not want to ask the council to commit to say yes financing or no financing. We don't even have the final cost right now. So that's a major problem for us to officially say that. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments at this time? Any other direction you're looking for, Mr. Bourgon, or does that cover pretty much everything you're looking for?
No, based on this conversation, that covers the type of direction that we were looking for.
Okay, parfait. Any other questions, members of council? If not, we're moving on. Okay, let's move on. Item 16, bylaws.
Motion. Mr. Mayor?
Faut le voter.
Ah, oui, ça l'aide, ça.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Call for the vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yeah.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. Item is carried. Thank you very much. Next item is bylaws. Motion that council approves bylaws 2021-070 to 2021-078 inclusively for first, second, and third reading as listed on the agenda. Need a mover and a seconder to put on the table, please. Moved by Conseiller Brisson, second by Conseiller Associé. Call for the vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Perfect. It is carried. 17, new business reports. We have none. 18, other business presented by council members. Item A, virtual in-person council meetings. Myself. This was just to raise the discussion as the pandemic, is slowing down. Hopefully it doesn't pick back up. But where are we going in regards to virtual meetings, in-person meetings, a combination of both? I think staff, Monsieur Le Duc, from your perspective, you need some direction from council. Obviously, there's potential budget implications if we need new equipment in council chambers or a new setup. So I was just opening the floor to open the discussion and what are the expectations of council. Conseiller Brisson and then Laurent.
Pour ma part personnelle, j'aimerais autant continuer virtuel, surtout qu'il parle d'une 4e vague pour l'automne, possiblement, d'attendre de voir si on a la 4e vague. Donc, plus tard cet automne, si on n'a pas le tsunami, de reconsidérer, revenir en personnel, mais que comme c'est là, tant que pour une partie pour l'automne, de continuer comme ça, moi personnellement, c'est ce que j'aimerais, puis réévaluer selon l'état de cet hiver.
OK, parfait. Juste pour être clair, we also have to have the discussion what happens when the pandemic is over. Because currently we are able to do virtually under the Municipal Act because there's a state of emergency. But once that state of emergency is lifted, our bylaws do not permit virtual meetings. So once we're also having the discussion, once the state of emergency is done, how are we going to do these meetings? So, Conseiller Lorrain.
Yeah, and to add to that, I believe that the Municipal Act, although had over the past few years had put in place prior to the pandemic, the ability for councils to vote in or put in place the ability for virtual participation, that quorum was never part of that discussion or that act or those portions that were there. So we couldn't continue doing this outside of an emergency situation, which is what brought in with the pandemic. So we definitely need to pass some sort of a bylaw in our municipality if we are going to continue, if we are going to allow a virtual participation of a council member and not having quorum being at home or in another location. So I've mentioned to the mayor, I've mentioned to Monsieur Leduc, I've sent Monsieur Leduc an email while he was on holidays. He probably hasn't gotten to it yet in his 500 some odd emails that he's gotten, probably being back today. But I've added, so I just threw some thoughts together in terms of what should go into the discussion of it. So for me, I mean, obviously I've been a proponent of the ability for a council member to participate virtually, especially for someone like myself who travels significantly with their work, and that I could still participate if I was, whether I was at the hotel or whatnot. So the ability to participate virtually, I think, is something that we should be considering and that we should be implementing with restrictions, of course. So I've shared some of those thoughts with the mayor. I've shared some of those thoughts with Monsieur Leduc. So I definitely would be in favor of enacting a bylaw within the Municipal Act guidelines that they've set out, allowing councils to do that. So obviously we would need Monsieur Leduc and his staff to determine what would that entail from a technology perspective. Obviously, we wouldn't be doing a Teams meeting because we would be live in the chambers. And how would it be for that one person or two people to participate virtually? But I definitely think it's something that we should have in place, not just for this council, but for councils going forward, to allow the council members to participate virtually when required of them. And again, I wouldn't suggest that we would ever allow somebody, or that somebody be allowed to participate virtually if they were still in the municipality at the time of the actual council meeting. So that was one of the items that I would suggest and try to avoid any type of situations that came up, or intense rooms or discussions. So.
Okay, thank you very much, Conseiller Lorrain. Councillor Tarnowski and Councillor Saucier.
So I just wanted to voice my support for Councillor Lorrain's position on that. I think if anything, as difficult as some of these meetings have been, we've clearly demonstrated that that this also does work. Nothing beats the face-to-face and meeting our residents and seeing facial expressions closer and so on. All of that is true. But I think that there is definitely merit in following that, and I look forward to seeing some recommendations around how we can do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Saucier?
Yeah, well, like I say, the fall is still rather uncertain, and I would be in support of what Councillor Lorrain is proposing as well. Just, I have a situation coming up where I have to have a surgery and can't drive for 6 weeks. So you know, I'd like to still attend the meetings, but, you know, wouldn't physically be able to get there, primarily because I won't be able to get dressed. So those are concerns that I have, you know, and if that was in place, then I'd be able to still participate.
Okay, perfect. TMI on that one. So Councillor Saucy's camera is going to be off for a few meetings. Okay. Conseiller Brisson?
Non, puis c'est juste mentionner aussi mon support pour par après la pandémie, justement, si quelqu'un a s'absenté, c'est sûr que comme de la manière là, technologiquement, ça va être encore plus un challenge parce que là, tout le monde est en team que d'avoir juste un rapport, mais ça, c'est pour ça que c'est toutes des questions qu'il va falloir qu'ils soient regardées d'avance, puis légalement de qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire. Ça fait que oui, ça serait bon de regarder. Juste une question, vu qu'on parle de pandémie, c'est pas relatif à la pandémie, mais est-ce que la collecte de déchets est revenue à la normale avec un sac ou si c'est encore à deux?
Non, ça fait un bout de temps qu'il est revenu à un sac. Hein, M. Bourgon?
C'est pour ça que je ne me rappelle pas d'avoir vu un vote.
Effectivement, M. Maire, la collecte est revenue à un sac là, depuis début juin.
OK. Ouais. C'est parfait. Merci.
Merci. Monsieur Leduc, commentaire, question? Je suis certain que tu n'as.
Oui. Évidemment, la technologie va être un facteur à savoir qu'est-ce qui va être possible. We have to make sure that what will the public see when a member of council is away? How will the mayor conduct voting, or how will he see if you want to speak or not? Will there be a physical screen showing you where you are? What will be protocols about where you are? The number of people who can be away, and should the department heads also be allowed to participate electronically? All these kinds of questions are there. But right now, I was told by IT that some orders we've made back in January are still not in for equipment. So if we are, the technology might be an issue, and we may have to equip you with laptops to facilitate new technology. So there's all kinds of questions here, and that's why IT and the clerk's office are looking at this. And the mayor and I have had discussion regarding procedures as far as how we run the business a meeting when that we need two screens. If the mayor needs to see you on a screen and the public needs to see you on a screen, so that means two screens for one person whenever one person's away. So if there's two away, we'll need 4 screens. How can we run 4 screens and all kinds of, so obviously technology has evolved significantly since the COVID because now everybody's working in this context. But there's a few things to validate before we say it's a done deal, but certainly we'll work on a report. I want to have a feel as to where you were on this. And now we have some information. I've had also exchange with Councillor Lorrain on that previously, so I know where he stands on that. So we're working on those, and at one point we'll bring a report to council. And if council wants to proceed during the fall, continue on, well, if we're still under the order, then we can continue on with a few months before that's a council decision to decide. But we would need that decision right now regarding what's the next meeting like. Will it be electronically or
yeah, I think presently the consensus seems to be that we're going to continue virtually, given the direction that to look at technology, and we'll work on procedures and that kind of stuff to have eventual in-person meetings, but the possibility of having virtual participation. There's going to be a whole aspect and, how to put that together. For me, the perspective of residents as well. Right now, we have the residents who are asking questions virtually, but when we're in person, we don't have that option, because they usually come to the lectern and ask their question. And there's concerns virtually because we don't see the resident asking the question, so there's no way in actually validating they are who they say they are. So for me, from a question perspective, there might be a technology there that the person has to log in and we can see the person if they want to ask questions virtually. And if not, then they have to be present asking in the room. So there's, it's not just an easy snap of the fingers and it's going to happen. There's a lot of thought that's going to have to go into this. So I think the discussion, Monsieur Leduc, gives you that some feedback to start that quest, if you will. Any other questions, members of council? No? Quelque chose d'autre là-dessus, Monsieur Leduc?
Merci.
Parfait. Next item, 18B, was Conseiller Lorrain in regards to August meetings.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to gauge council's thoughts on this. So we've been off for the month of July, and I know in July and August is usually the times that staff take off as well. Does it make sense that we have the if we're only having one meeting in August, that we have it the second Monday, or should it be, or this is the second Monday, right?
Yeah, we have 5 Mondays this month.
Yeah, so it's kind of odd this month that we have another full month before our next meeting. So to me, I think we should have, if we're going to stay with one meeting in August, that meeting should be the second last Monday of the month, to allow for staff to come back from holidays, to get all of the information from July and August, and that way there we roll right into our meeting schedule. So you have your meeting the second last Monday of August, and then you go roll right into your first meeting in September, and it continues at that point. It's just being off for 5 weeks, have one meeting, and then being off for another 4 weeks, just to me kind of doesn't make sense. So I think we should be able to roll back in, and I think that'll help staff as well in making sure that they have all their reports ready to go. But that's just me.
Okay, Councillor Saucier and then Conseil Brisson.
No, I understand what you're saying there, Councillor Ram, but we do have a second meeting this month at the end of the month.
We have a special council meeting on the 31st,
yeah.
But normally we wouldn't have one.
No, we do this month. We have 2.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, I meant regular meetings of council is what I was commenting on. So the regular meetings of council, I mean, I don't know. I just looked at the calendar schedule and I went, wow, this seems a little odd, and maybe I probably should have noticed it quite a few years before now. But I just think going forward, it might make sense to just have us flow right back into our normal routine rather than be off again for another month. So.
Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is a normal August will have 4 weeks. 4 Mondays in the month. Instead of having it on the 2nd, we have it on the 3rd Monday, and then there's a planning on the 4th. So it's just allowing that extra week in August. And from a staff perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Leduc, but having so many meetings throughout the year, it's difficult for the administration to actually take vacation, where they're finding vacation in that small time period when we don't have any meetings. So there could be a potential there. Conseiller Brisson?
C'est un peu ce que je voulais dire, qu'au lieu de mentionner l'avant-dernier, on est habitué qu'on a le premier puis 3e. Donc, c'est pour ça de dire au mois d'août, ça serait logique qu'on ait celui le 3e du mois, qu'on l'ait. Puis c'est ça reviendrait dans un mois normal, ça reviendrait à la chose. Puis là, c'est plus facile au monde de s'en rappeler aussi, qu'ils se disent, OK, ben juillet puis le 1er d'août, on est off. Puis là, on retourne dans régulier. Le 3e, après ça, 1 et 3. C'était juste ça ma recommandation. Mais oui, je suis bien d'accord avec conseiller Lorrain que tant qu'à avoir un par mois, de l'avoir un peu, puis ça donne le temps au staff de préparer.
Okay, so I just checked. Actually, in 2022, there's 5 Mondays as well. So when, if this is a direction of council, when staff are preparing the schedule for 2022, let's make the second last Monday. That way we get what we're looking for. If everybody's okay with that, and then afterwards, the following year, we can adjust August as we move forward. Everybody okay with that? I see head shaking. Yeah. Madame Camille Laflamme.
Mr. Mayor, just to remind council that this is in the procedural bylaw, so this would require a change to the procedural bylaw.
Yeah, that's fine. So just prepare when you have time. It's no big rush. We got till we got some time. So when it's available, then we can have that vote and put it on paper.
So that would be for only this item in the procedural bylaw only?
at this point in time, yeah, unless staff are presenting something else. But Monsieur Leduc?
I'm sure the electronic voting process or the electronic meetings process will imply some changes to the procedural bylaw, so we can certainly do that when that happens.
Okay, we can incorporate everything. Councillor Tanoski?
Sorry to throw a little wrench in it, but just from a staff perspective, and I'm happy to go either way, but from a staff perspective, not having meetings for 6 weeks versus having one meeting over 8 weeks, like in the middle, is there value in that?
Monsieur Leduc?
Well, certainly we've heard in the past from the developer community when they're looking for a last-minute park lot control, when they're looking for a subdivision agreement that's been delayed for some reason. It was expecting to have something signed in May or June, and now it's been delayed for some valid reason. Now, not signed before the end of August. It could mean something there. In the past, when it was really, really critical, we've had last-minute special council meetings of 5 minutes, 10 minutes to pass those park lot control concerns. So if that was going to be the case, that could be managed by exception like that. But obviously for us, there's only a 4-week window right now to have vacation, and yet on the 4th week, you have to figure that you have to have a report to write for me to review and for me to pass on to the clerk and the clerk to you. So there's a few weeks there that's already taken into consideration. So for us, it's going to help the report writing for sure, but it could be some business community impact regarding some of those requests. And we can manage those by special meeting if they were absolute musts to pass. So
that's great. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next item 18C, Councillor Associate Terry Fox.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just to let the community know that the Terry Fox run is going to be September 19th, the SNF Septembre. And it's similar to last year due to COVID protocol. So one day your way. We will be on the trail near Mother Teresa from 9 till noon. We're not having an official start. We're not having a warm up or anything like that. So it's people can dribble in anytime. We're encouraging them to go as a family in small groups. We can have up to 100 outside, but it's, we want to follow the protocol. So it's going to be very low key, but people can still donate online. And it's we have a Facebook page, Embrim Russell, or Terry Fox Run Embrim Russell. We're site number 82. And last year, even with COVID, we raised over $11,000 in our community. So that was wonderful news, and we thank everybody for their support. I just had one question about the crossings, because if some people are coming out for that event, I know last year the fire department still helped us out, but will we have those special crossings operational by September 19th?
Monsieur Bourgon is probably the best person. I've seen them, quite a few of them have been installed. I'm
Yes.
not sure if we have a date as to when they'll actually be live.
We currently don't have a specific date, but we will do our best that they are in operation before that race. We're still missing some signs and some painting that needs to be done before activating those flashers.
Merci.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on. Item 19, public consultations, hearings. We have none. Item 20, closed session. Motion to move into closed session at the hour of 9:25 p.m. to address matters pertaining to 1, sale of land in the industrial park, report CS05-2021. Item 2, update on lease renewal in Embrim, report CS06-2021. Item 3, potential sale or acquisition of land in Embrim, verbal report. Item 4, land in the 417 industrial park, verbal report. Item 5, information explicitly supplied in confidence to the municipality, verbal report. And item 6, closed session minutes of the regular council meeting dated June 21st, 2021. Need a mover and a seconder to move into closed session. Councillor Ternowski, Councillor Saucier, all in favor?
Mike Tronoski, yes.
Andre, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosa, yes.
Thank you very much. We're going into closed session. Should take us about 5 minutes to get there. Thanks very much. See you soon there.
Thank you.
We're coming back, Maddie's finally. So welcome back, everybody. We're now, we've finished our closed session. We're back in public session at 11:03 p.m. Madame Camille Laflamme can confirm that past 11 p.m. we had to pass a resolution for council to approve that, and we passed that, correct, Madame Camille Laflamme?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Perfect. So now we are going to item B, report out of closed session. So Madame Camille Laflamme.
Okay, so for the first one, we'll go in the order they were listed on the agenda. Council was briefed on the subject, and as a result of the closed session, the following motion will be presented for council's consideration. Do you want to do the motion right after or right at the end?
Yeah, we might as well do it right away.
Okay, so the first motion, is that the first one? Yep. That council mandates the administration to negotiate the purchase and sale agreement with the company in question and present the new offer to council with the results of the negotiations before September 24th, 2021.
Okay. So I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. Call for the vote.
Mike Tarnowski, oui.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosi, yes.
That is carried. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Number 2, council was briefed on the subject, and as a result of the closed session, we also have a motion to be presented for council consideration.
Okay, let's do that right away.
Okay, so that after expiration of the lease agreement on December 31st, 2020, the following parcel of land and building be declared surplus and that it be disposed of by listing with a real estate agent broker. Property on 893 Notre Dame Street in Embrun being part Lot 9, Concession 7, Russell being parts 1 and 4 of Plan 50R 4141.
Perfect. I need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Conseiller Lorrain, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. Call for the vote.
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosi, yes.
Perfect. Item is carried. Thank you.
For item 3, council was briefed on the subject and a direction given to staff on how to proceed.
Okay.
Number 4, council was briefed on the subject and a direction given to staff on how to proceed as well.
Parfait.
Number 5, council was briefed on the subject and the closed session minutes of the regular council meeting of June 21st were presented and adopted.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madame Camille Laflamme. 21, confirming bylaw, that bylaw
2021-079.
079 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of Council of the Corporation and Township of Russell at its regular council meeting held on August 9, 2021, be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Brisson. All those in favor?
Mike Tarnowski, yes.
André, oui.
Jamie, yes.
Cindy Sosi, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Our next special public meeting of council will be held on Tuesday, August 31st, 2021. And our next regular public meeting of council will be held on Tuesday, September 7th, 2021. And we are adjourned at 11:07 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone. Have yourselves a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Merci, bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Merci.
Salut.
Merci.